Dear, welcome tonight in this bedtime history. There are places in the world where absence speaks louder than presence, where what is no longer there defines the landscape more powerfully than what remains, where emptiness becomes monument, silence becomes testimony, and the space where something vital once existed holds more meaning than all the structures built around it ever could. Tonight, we travel to such a place. A city that thrived for 1,000 years on the banks of a river that no longer flows past it. Not because the river dried up. It still flows, patient and persistent, carrying water from mountains to sea. But because one night, or perhaps over the course of several nights, or perhaps in ways too gradual to be noticed until they had already become irreversible, the river changed its mind. It chose a different course. It carved a new channel miles from the old one, abandoning the city that had grown along its banks, leaving behind harbours full of sand instead of water, docks that descend into emptiness, bridges that span nothing but air. This is not a story of disaster. No earthquake redirected the flow. No human engineering diverted it. No catastrophe explains the river's departure. The water simply chose differently, followed a path of lesser resistance that had always existed, but had never before seemed preferable. And in choosing that new path, it transformed a thriving port into an abandoned monument, a living city into an archaeological site, where the present still breathes, but barely, where the past is more vivid than any possible future. What does it mean when a river leaves? When the fundamental feature around which an entire civilization organized itself simply withdraws, moves on, flows elsewhere. The city remains, most of it anyway. The buildings still stand. The streets still run in their ancient patterns. The bridges still arch across spaces they were built to span. But the life has drained away along with the water, leaving behind only those too stubborn or too poor or too attached to abandon what the river has already abandoned. We will walk through this city tonight, through its empty harbour and its palace that faces nothing, across its bridge to nowhere, and past its temple where prayers are no longer answered, because the God they petitioned, the river itself in its way, has departed for other shrines, other cities, other channels that now receive the blessings this place once knew. We will meet the children who have never seen flowing water, who know the river only as history, only as the blue line on old maps that shows something that no longer corresponds to the reality they inhabit. And we will ask the questions that haunt all abandoned places. Why did this happen? Could it have been prevented? Will the river ever return? And what do we learn from a city that built everything around a presence it assumed would be permanent, only to discover that even rivers, even the most ancient, most reliable, most seemingly eternal features of landscape, can change their minds, can choose differently, can leave behind everything that depended on them and flow on toward new destinations without looking back? There are no easy answers. Only the city itself, half empty, still waiting. Only the dried riverbed, filling slowly with sand. only the distant sound of water flowing in channels that do not include this place, that have excluded it from the future, that demonstrate with every day's flow that what was once essential can become irrelevant, that what was once central can become marginal, that what once seemed permanent can prove as temporary as morning mist. Let us begin where the river used to meet the city, where commerce and blessing and identity all flowed together in currents of water and meaning, where the harbour still waits, patient as stone, for ships that will never return, because the water that should carry them has already departed, has already chosen a different shore. Close your eyes. Imagine water where there is only sand. Imagine ships where there are only hulls settling into earth. Imagine a city alive with the sound of flowing water, with the sight of boats passing, with the endless commerce and conversation and communion that rivers make possible. Now open your eyes to what remains, to the absence, to the silence, to the monument of emptiness that teaches what presence cannot, that nothing is permanent, nothing is guaranteed, nothing, not even the rivers we build our lives beside, can be counted on to remain where we need them, flowing past our cities forever, blessing our lives with their patient, eternal presence. The river has moved on, the city remains, and between these two truths lives everything we need to know about impermanence, about change, about the beautiful, terrible fact that the world owes us nothing, promises us nothing, guarantees nothing except that everything, even the rivers, even cities, even the most carefully built certainties, will eventually change, will eventually depart, will eventually leave us standing in the space where meaning used to be, wondering how something so essential could simply choose to flow elsewhere. Let us wander together. Let us walk through the abandoned city. Let us bear witness to what the river left behind. The harbour is the first thing you see when approaching from the inland road. Or rather, the absence of harbour is the first thing you see. The shocking wrongness of stone quays descending into sand, of docks reaching toward nothing, of ships resting on earth where water should be lifting them gently with each passing current. The architecture of maritime commerce remains intact. The great stone piers that once allowed multiple vessels to dock simultaneously still extend into what was the river's flow, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of rope and cargo, and the boots of sailors who walked between ship and shore carrying the goods that made the city wealthy. Iron rings, thick as a man's wrist, protrude from the stone. Moorings where ships were tied, where ropes were secured against current and wind, where the connection between vessel and shore was made strong enough to withstand the river's patient pull. But now the rings hold only air. The ropes have long since rotted or been removed. The ships that once filled this harbour are mostly gone, sailed away to ports where water still flows before the situation became irreversible, before the channel dried completely and trapped vessels permanently. But a few remain, those that were docked for repairs when the river left, those whose captains hesitated too long, disbelieved too completely, waited for the water to return until waiting meant staying forever. These ships settle slowly into the sand that used to be riverbed. Their hulls designed for water support were never meant to rest on solid ground. The weight they bore so gracefully when afloat becomes destructive when grounded. Wood groans under stresses it was not built to bear. Planks separate, seams open. The ships are dying slowly, decomposing into the sand that receives them with patient indifference that shows no awareness of having once been river bottom, of having once been passage rather than grave. Walk among them if you can stand the sadness. These were beautiful vessels once, merchant ships and fishing boats, passenger ferries and grain haulers, each one designed for its purpose, each one maintained with the pride that sailors take in their craft. Their names are still visible on many prows, painted in languages that reflect the river's long reach, the distant ports these ships visited when water connected this city to a world of commerce and exchange that extended far beyond what could be reached by land. Some ships lean at angles that suggest imminent collapse. Others have already fallen. Their masts line across the sand like fallen trees, their rigging tangled in configurations that wind and gravity created when water support disappeared. A few remain almost upright, maintained by owners or descendants who cannot accept that these vessels will never sail again, who patch and prop and preserve, even though preservation serves no purpose when the element the ships were built for no longer flows past the city that built them. The harbour holds the ghosts of activity. If you half close your eyes, if you let imagination work with memory and the physical evidence that remains, you can almost see it, the harbour as it was. Ships arriving at dawn, their sails catching first light. Stevedores gathering at the docks, ready to unload cargo. Merchants inspecting goods before purchase. Children running between stacks of crates, playing games their grandparents played in this same harbour, when the river flowed strong and the city thrived, and no one could imagine that water might someday choose to flow elsewhere. But fully open your eyes and the ghosts dissolve. What remains is absence, sand where water should be, stillness where current should flow, silence where the sounds of commerce should fill the air, the creak of wood, the splash of oars, the shouts of sailors calling to each other across the small distances between vessels, the endless conversation of a working harbour engaged in the daily business of exchange. No one knows the precise moment when the river left. The change was gradual enough that no single night marked the transition from river to absence. The water level dropped slowly, receding from the docks by inches, then feet, then yards. At first, people assumed drought. The river had run low before during particularly dry seasons. It would return when the rains came, when the mountain snow melted, when the seasonal patterns that governed flow reasserted themselves. But the rains came and the water did not return. The snow melted in the distant mountains and the river rose. But in its new channel, in the route it had chosen miles from the city, blessing other lands while this harbour remained dry. Gradually, the realization settled like the ships into sand. The river was not coming back. The change was not temporary. The city's relationship to water, the relationship that had defined its existence, its economy, its very reason for being located where it was, had ended. Some tried to adapt. Warehouses were converted to other uses. Stevedores found different work or left for other ports. Ship owners sold their vessels for scrap if they could move them before the channel dried completely, or simply abandoned them if they could not. The infrastructure of maritime commerce, the cranes and ropes, the scales and ledgers, the entire apparatus of weighing and measuring and moving cargo between ship and shore, fell into disuse, was scavenged for parts, was left to rot in buildings that no longer served any purpose. But the harbour remains. Stone cannot easily be repurposed. The massive quays built to withstand centuries of use still extend into the dried channel, still descend in their patient steps toward where water used to be. They serve no function now except testimony. They mark the boundary between the city's past and its present, between what was and what remains, between the thriving port that existed when water flowed and the abandoned monument that persists now that the river has chosen differently. At sunset, shadows lengthen across the empty harbour. The ships cast long dark shapes across the sand. The quays, built to be functional rather than beautiful, nonetheless possess a kind of austere grace in the angled light. For a moment, you can almost forget that this is a place of abandonment, can almost appreciate the architecture on its own terms, rather than as evidence of loss. But the moment passes. The light fades, and what remains is the harbour as it truly is, a monument to miscalculation, to the assumption that rivers are permanent, to the belief that what flows today will flow forever. The ships wait in sand that was never meant to receive them. The docks descend into emptiness that was never meant to exist. And the harbour holds its silence, offering no explanation for why the river left, no comfort for what was lost when it departed. Only the patient demonstration that even the most carefully built infrastructure, even the most essential facilities, even the harbours we construct assuming permanence can become obsolete overnight when the element they were built to interface with simply chooses to flow elsewhere. Tonight, as sleep approaches, as consciousness prepares its own departure from the harbour of waking awareness, perhaps you understand something of what this city learned. That nothing is guaranteed, that even the most reliable presences can withdraw, that we build our lives around assumptions of permanence that prove temporary, around certainties that prove negotiable, around rivers that prove willing to change their minds and leave us stranded in the spaces we built, assuming they would always flow past, always provide, always remain the constants around which everything else could safely vary. The harbour waits. The ships settle deeper into sand, and the river, miles away, flows on toward the sea, carrying water that once blessed this place, serving cities that have not yet learned what this harbour knows, that rivers owe us nothing, promise us nothing, guarantee nothing except flow itself. And even that flow might change direction, might choose new channels, might leave behind the harbours we built for it, and bless instead the shores, we never thought to build upon. In the city's elevated heart, where the ground rises slightly above the surrounding flatlands, stands the palace that once commanded views of everything the river made possible. Its architecture speaks a language of water. Every window oriented toward the flow, every balcony positioned to catch the sight and sound of current passing, every room arranged to maintain connection with the river that gave the ruling dynasty its power and its purpose. The builders understood what they were creating. This was not merely a residence, but a statement of relationship, a physical embodiment of the principle that authority derived from the river's blessing, that kingship was stewardship of water, that ruling meant maintaining harmony between the city and the flow that sustained it. The palace was designed to make this relationship visible, to demonstrate through architecture that the dynasty faced the river, attended to it, oriented itself entirely toward the source of all prosperity and security. Walk through the throne room and you find windows on 3 sides, all facing toward where the river used to be. The throne itself is positioned so that anyone sitting upon it would have the water in constant view, would never lose sight of the element that made their rule possible. Court ceremonies were conducted with the river as backdrop, as witness, as silent participant in the governance and judgment that occurred in this room. Ambassadors approaching the throne would see the monarch framed by windows showing flowing water, their authority visually reinforced by the presence of the river that extended far beyond the city, that connected the dynasty to distant lands and distant peoples who also depended on its flow. But now, the windows frame emptiness. The throne faces sand. The architectural intention remains perfectly clear. You can see exactly what the builders meant to create, can understand precisely how the river's presence was meant to function in the palace's symbolic and practical life. But that presence is gone. The windows that should show flowing water show only the dried channel. The balconies that were positioned for optimal viewing of the river's traffic now overlook a void that contains no movement except wind-driven sand and the occasional scavenger crossing the empty bed. The gardens cascade downward in terraces that were designed to connect palace and shore without requiring the royal family to walk through common streets. Water features that once functioned through the river's abundance, fountains and pools and channels that carried moisture through the cultivated spaces, now operate, when they operate at all, through laborious hauling from distant wells. The gardens that were meant to be effortless demonstrations of plenty, that were designed to show that water was so abundant it could be wasted on beauty, have become exercises in conservation, in making do with scarcity, in maintaining the memory of abundance through increasingly desperate allocation of increasingly precious moisture. Inside the palace, murals cover walls in rooms both public and private. The artists who painted them worked across generations, maintaining consistent styles and themes that created visual continuity across centuries of dynastic rule. And in every mural, regardless of era or artist, or the specific subject being depicted, the river appears. Sometimes as background, sometimes as active participant, sometimes simply as blue lines suggesting presence even in scenes that focus elsewhere. Here is a mural showing a royal wedding. The river appears behind the couple, blessing their union with its eternal flow. Here is a battle scene. The river provides strategic advantage, allowing the dynasty's forces to maneuver in ways their enemies cannot match. Here is a feast. The river has provided the fish, enabled the trade that brought exotic foods, sustained the agriculture that allows such abundance that the court can gather to celebrate rather than labor to survive. The murals become painful to view in the palace's current state. They show a relationship that no longer exists. A partnership between dynasty and river that the river unilaterally terminated. Looking at painted water while standing in a palace that overlooks dried riverbed creates a kind of vertigo, a dissonance between art and reality that neither can resolve. The murals are accurate. They show truthfully what was. But that truth makes present reality more rather than less difficult to bear, emphasizes absence rather than softening it, demonstrates through comparison just how much has been lost. The royal family abandoned the palace decades ago. Some left when the river departed, recognizing that their authority derived from a relationship that no longer existed. That kingship without the river's blessing was empty title rather than functional power. Others remained longer trying to govern through the transition, trying to maintain order as the city declined, trying to preserve some continuity between the glorious past the murals depicted and the diminished present that offered no glory, only the hard work of managing scarcity. But eventually, even the most dedicated departed. The palace became too large to maintain without the wealth the river had provided. Too expensive to heat in winter. Too empty of purpose now that the court had dissolved and the ceremonies that required its spaces could no longer be performed. The last of the dynasty took what treasures remained portable and left for other cities, other rivers, other opportunities to exercise whatever authority their bloodline still carried in lands where water still flowed and commerce still thrived. Now the palace serves as museum and monument, maintained minimally by a caretaker staff that grows smaller each year. Visited by occasional scholars and tourists who come to see the architecture of water worship, to stand in the throne room facing the view that no longer shows what it was designed to frame, to walk through gardens that cascade toward nothing, to read murals that depict a world as distant as any foreign land, despite being painted on these walls. In these rooms, showing this place when it was different, when water flowed, when the dynasty ruled in harmony with the river that has since chosen to flow elsewhere. At night, the palace becomes ghostly. Moonlight enters through windows that were positioned to catch the river's reflection, but now catch only sand's pale emptiness. Shadows move through rooms where ceremonies once gathered hundreds, where decisions affecting thousands were made, where the business of governance proceeded with confidence in continuity, in the assumption that this dynasty would rule from this palace overlooking this river for as long as rivers flowed and dynasties endured. The assumption proved half right. The dynasty endured. Some of its descendants still claim royal blood in distant cities where they live as merchants or scholars or whatever professions will support them. But the river did not endure, or rather did not endure in this location, did not maintain the relationship the dynasty assumed was permanent, did not continue flowing past this palace, blessing this city, sustaining this particular arrangement of power and water. What remains is architecture without purpose, windows without views, gardens without abundance, murals showing a past that cannot return, and the palace itself, still grand, still beautiful in its way, still demonstrating the ambition and skill of the builders who created it, standing now as monument to miscalculation, to the error of building everything around a single relationship, to the vulnerability created when a civilization stakes its entire identity on one element remaining constant. Perhaps the palace teaches what the harbor teaches, what every abandoned structure in this city teaches, that permanence is illusion, that even the most carefully designed systems can be undone by changes beyond their control, that orienting everything toward one source of blessing means accepting the risk that the blessing might be withdrawn, might be redirected, might choose to flow past other palaces, bless other dynasties, sustain other cities that have not yet learned what this palace knows. The throne faces the dried riverbed. The windows frame absence. The murals show water that no longer flows. And the palace stands, patient as stone, demonstrating that even the grandest architecture, even the most perfect alignment of structure with purpose, cannot survive when the purpose departs, cannot function when the element it was designed to interface with chooses to exist elsewhere, cannot maintain meaning when the relationship it embodied has been unilaterally terminated by a partner who owed no loyalty, made no promises, guaranteed nothing except flow. And even that flow proved negotiable, proved willing to change direction, proved free to choose courses that did not include this palace, this dynasty, this city that built everything around water's presence, and now must learn to exist around its absence. 300 paces of stone and mortar, rising in a perfect arc from one bank of absence to the other. The bridge stands as it has stood for 4 centuries, connecting what it was built to connect, the two sides of the river. Except the river is no longer there. The bridge spans only air and sand, carrying travelers across a space that no longer requires crossing, that could be walked through at ground level without the elevation and engineering the bridge provides. When it was built, the river ran deep and wide. Engineers calculated for flood stage for the maximum flow they had observed across decades of record keeping, for the possibility that the river might rise beyond historical precedent. They built accordingly, high enough that flood waters would not overtop it, strong enough that current could not undermine it, wide enough that 2 carts could pass each other while crossing, with refuges built into the structure where pedestrians could press against the wall when wagons needed the full width to navigate. The bridge was expensive. The investment was justified by necessity. The city existed on one side of the river, but much of its agricultural land lay on the other side. And without safe crossing, The connection between city and fields could not be maintained. Fords were too unreliable, ferries too slow for the volume of traffic that needed to cross daily. The bridge was essential infrastructure, the kind of project that required generations to plan and build, but that would serve generations in return, that would pay for itself 1,000 times over in the increased efficiency of movement between the city and its food sources. The builders carved their names into the keystones, the central stones at the arch's apex that lock the structure together, that bear the weight and transfer it outwards to the abutments, that make the bridge rather than merely stone piled toward the sky. The names are still visible if you climb high enough, if you care to read them. They carry less meaning now. Whoever these builders were, whatever pride they took in creating structure that would outlast them, whatever satisfaction they felt in solving the engineering challenges that large stone bridges always present, all of that is diluted, diminished, made somewhat pathetic by the fact that the bridge no longer serves its purpose, that the crossing it enables is no longer necessary, that the river it was built to span has moved elsewhere. Children play beneath the bridge's arches now. They run through spaces that water used to fill, that current used to flow through with patient force, that boats used to navigate in the brief season when the river ran high enough that passing beneath the bridge's lowest point became possible for vessels with shallow drafts and pilots who knew how to read water. The children's laughter echoes strangely in spaces designed for water's acoustics. The bridge amplifies their voices in ways that surprise them, that turn their play into performance, that make the simple act of running and shouting beneath stone arches into something ceremonial, something that connects them to the bridge's purpose, even though they have never seen water flowing through the spaces where they play. Their parents remember differently. The older residents recall when the bridge was essential, when crossing it meant passing over actual river, when looking down from the central span showed current moving beneath you, carrying debris and fish and the occasional boat struggling against the flow, or riding with it depending on destination and cargo. They remember the sound of water against stone, the way the river's voice changed with season and rainfall, the feeling of standing on the bridge during flood stage when the water ran high and fast and the bridge's strength was tested in ways it was built to withstand. Some suggest demolishing the bridge. The stone could be salvaged, used for other building, repurposed for structures that serve current needs rather than past necessities. The bridge occupies valuable space in the city's geography, blocks potential development, stands as constant reminder of what has been lost. Better to remove it, the argument goes, to acknowledge that the bridge's era has ended and make practical use of its materials, while they can still be reclaimed, but the bridge remains. Protected by sentiment, by inertia, by the half-articulated sense that removing it would constitute final admission that the river is not coming back, that the city must fully accept its new reality, rather than maintaining hope, however faint. That water might someday return, and the bridge might resume its purpose. And there is beauty in the bridge, even in its current uselessness. The arc it describes is mathematically perfect. The curve, calculated to distribute weight in ways that allow stone to span distances stone should not be able to span. At sunset, shadows play across its surface in patterns that shift with the season, with the angle of light, with the time of day. The bridge becomes sculpture, becomes monument, becomes testament to human ability to shape stone into structures that defy stone's nature, that make permanence from materials that individually would crumble but collectively, properly arranged, can endure for centuries. The bridge also serves as a vantage point. Climb to its central span and you can see the city spread below, the abandoned harbour to the south, the palace to the east, the marketplace to the west. All the architecture of river commerce, arranged as it was arranged when water flowed past these buildings and gave them purpose. You can see the dried riverbed stretching in both directions, curving away toward horizons that used to be connected by the flow that is now interrupted, that now exists only in discontinuous segments separated by the channel the river abandoned when it chose its new course. Standing on the bridge, you occupy the space between what was and what is. Below you, sand where water should be. Around you, stone built to span water that no longer flows. Ahead and behind, the two banks of the absent river, still clearly defined despite years of erosion, still marking the boundaries of what used to be channel, what used to be the river's domain, what used to require this bridge to cross. The bridge knows something about human ambition, about the structures we build assuming permanence, about the confidence with which we invest in infrastructure designed to serve not just our lifetimes, but the lifetimes of our descendants, of their descendants, of generations we will never meet, but whose needs we try to anticipate and serve through the things we build. The builders of this bridge assumed the river would flow forever past this city. They had no reason to think otherwise. The river had flowed here for as long as anyone could remember, had carved this channel across epochs of time that made human lifespans seem like moments, had demonstrated through its persistent presence that this was where water went. This was the path it followed. This would be the course it maintained into futures beyond calculation. But the river knew differently, or rather, the river knew nothing. It simply responded to gradient and resistance, followed the path of least difficulty, carved channels where conditions allowed, and abandoned them when conditions changed. The river had no loyalty to this city, no investment in this bridge, no awareness of the assumptions humans built upon its flow. It simply went where physics directed. And when physics directed differently, it changed course without ceremony, without warning, without regard for what it left behind. The bridge stands as monument to that disregard. It demonstrates that the world does not care about our plans, does not honor our investments, does not guarantee that the conditions we build for will persist long enough for our building to justify itself. The bridge served its purpose for 4 centuries. That is something. That is more than many structures achieve. But it was built to serve longer, was designed for permanence, was constructed with the expectation that it would still be carrying traffic across the river when the names carved in its keystones had been worn smooth by weather and time. Instead, it carries only pedestrians who could walk through the dried bed below, who use the bridge not for necessity, but for the view it provides, for the connection to the past it enables, for the way it allows them to stand above the absence and see the city whole, see the pattern of its streets and structures, see how everything was arranged around the river that no longer flows through the arrangement designed for it. Tonight, as consciousness prepares to cross from waking into sleep, perhaps you stand on that bridge. Below you, the absence that was once presence, the emptiness that was once flow, the sand that was once water, bearing all the commerce and blessing and possibility that water provides around you. Stone built to last, built to serve, built to span what was assumed to be permanent. The crossing is easy now, too easy. You could walk through the dried bed and reach the other side in moments. But you use the bridge anyway, climb to its span, pause at the center point, where the arch reaches its apex and the view extends furthest. You look down at absence. You look out at the city arranged around what is no longer there. You feel the stone solid beneath your feet, the structure sound despite no longer serving its purpose, despite being monument now rather than infrastructure, memorial rather than necessity, and you cross, one bank to the other, above the absence, using the bridge that was built for water to cross the air that replaced it, demonstrating that even when purpose departs, even when the reason for building dissolves, even when the river changes its mind and leaves the bridge spanning nothing, still the structure endures, still the crossing can be made, still the stone that was raised to serve one function can find dignity in serving another, can find meaning in simply standing, simply remaining, simply being the bridge it was always built to be, regardless of whether there is water below to justify the spanning. At what used to be the river's edge, before the edge moved miles away, before the riverbank became just another line of dirt that marked nothing except memory, stands a temple devoted to safe passage. For centuries, priests gathered here at dawn to bless ships embarking on journeys downriver, to invoke protection for crews who would spend days or weeks navigating current and commerce, to perform rituals that ask the river to grant safe passage, favourable when successful trading, an eventual return to this port, where families waited for sailors who might or might not come home, depending on how the river answered the prayers spoken at this temple. The structure is modest compared to the palace, but more beautiful in its way. Built not to impress, but to serve. Designed to create sacred space where the boundary between city and river could be marked, where the transition from land to water could be ritualized, where the act of boarding a ship and trusting yourself to current could be transformed from merely practical decision into ceremony that acknowledged danger, sought blessing, and created community between those departing and those remaining. The morning light falls through windows positioned to catch the sun rising over where the river used to be. The interior glows amber and gold in those first hours. creating atmosphere that the builders intended. The feeling that the temple itself was lit by water's reflection, by sunrise bouncing off the river's surface and entering through windows that framed the flow as the temple's most important visual element. But there is no river to reflect the light anymore. The windows show sand now, show the dried channel that bears no resemblance to the flowing water the temple was built to honor. The light still enters. The sun rises regardless of whether there is water to reflect it. But the quality is different. The feeling altered by the absence of the element the entire space was designed around. The altar stands at the river side of the temple, positioned so that priests, conducting ceremonies, faced toward the water, spoke blessings over it, maintained eye contact with the element they petitioned while performing rituals meant to ensure its cooperation. Behind the altar, carved into the wall in stone that has weathered but not eroded, are the names of ships lost over the centuries. Vessels that departed from this port after receiving the temple's blessing but never returned. Crews that were swallowed by storm or rapid, or the thousand dangers that await those who trust themselves to water's uncertain mercy. The list is long. River travel was never safe. The blessing helped, or people believed it helped, which amounted to the same thing in terms of the comfort it provided to families watching their loved ones depart. But the blessing could not guarantee safety, could not prevent every disaster, could not override the simple fact that water is powerful and humans are fragile, and sometimes the relationship between the two ends in drowning, in wreckage, in names carved onto stone walls, in temples that speak prayers for souls the river took. After the river left, the priests attempted to continue the blessing ceremony. They understood that ritual requires consistency, that sacred practice should not be abandoned simply because circumstances change, that the temple's purpose transcended the presence or absence of water. If ships could no longer depart, if the river no longer flowed past the city to carry vessels downstream, perhaps the blessing could be adapted, could be redirected toward merchants traveling by land, toward pilgrims departing on foot, toward anyone leaving the city on journeys that required the same courage and deserved the same prayer as river travel had always required. But the adaptation failed. The blessing was too specific to water, too bound up with river's particular dangers and river's particular blessing. The words that asked for favorable current made no sense when applied to land travel. The gestures that symbolized water's flow felt empty when performed facing sand. The priests spoke blessings over empty air where boats should be, invoked safe passage through waters that no longer flowed, maintained the form of the ritual while watching its substance drain away, along with the river it was designed to address. Gradually, the practice faded. The daily dawn blessing became weekly, then monthly, then reserved for special occasions that grew rarer as the city's population declined and the number of people departing on journeys worthy of temple blessing diminished. The priests themselves grew old and were not replaced. Who would choose to serve in a temple devoted to a river that no longer flows? To maintain rituals that have lost their context, to speak prayers that have no recipient except memory and hope, and the faith that water might someday return. The last priest departed years ago. The temple stands unattended now, open to anyone who wishes to enter, maintained minimally by the same reduced staff that maintains the palace and the few other structures the city has decided are worth preserving. Inside, the smell of old incense still lingers, cedar and myrrh, and the resinous smoke that accompanied every blessing, that created aromatic cloud through which prayers were supposed to rise toward heaven or the river or whatever power might grant the protection the ceremony requested. The ritual objects remain in place. Chalices that held water taken from the river, blessed and sprinkled on ships as part of the ceremony. Bells that were rung to mark the beginning and end of each blessing. Texts containing the prayers, written in careful script on parchment that has yellowed but remains legible, that preserves words meant to be spoken aloud, but that now mostly rests silent, occasionally read by scholars studying the city's religious practices or tourists curious about how people worshipped when water flowed past this place. On the walls, paintings show the blessing ceremony in full performance. Priests in robes standing before the altar, arms raised toward the red river visible through the temple's open side. Ships waiting at the dock, sails furled. Crews gathered to receive the blessing before departure. Families watching from the shore. Some praying along with the priests. Some simply waiting to say final farewells before their loved ones boarded and the ships cast off, and the river carried them away toward destinations that might or might not be reached, toward futures that might or might not include return to this port, this city, this temple where the journey began with prayer. The paintings capture a world that no longer exists, not just because the river has moved, but because the entire way of life it sustained has disappeared. The ships are gone. The sailors have found other work or other rivers. The families have moved to other cities where water still flows and commerce still thrives. The prayers are silent. The blessings are not spoken. The temple stands empty, except for the occasional visitor who comes to see how people once asked rivers for safe passage, once believed that words and ceremony could influence water's behavior, once maintained relationship with flow through ritual performed daily at dawn in temples built at the boundary between land and water. What did the priests think when the river left? Did they see it as abandonment? The river god withdrawing blessing, punishing the city for some transgression real or imagined? Did they understand it as natural process, water following physics rather than theology, choosing its course according to gradient rather than responding to prayer? Did they lose faith when their daily petitions failed to bring the water back? Or did faith persist despite evidence? Did they continue believing in the river's divinity, even when that divinity chose to flow elsewhere? The records do not say. The last priests left no writings explaining how they reconciled their role with the river's departure, how they maintained belief in water's sacredness when water itself had withdrawn its presence, how they continued speaking prayers to an entity that had demonstrably stopped listening or had never been listening, had never been the God they believed it to be, but had simply been water flowing according to physical law rather than responding to human petition. Perhaps the question itself is wrong. Perhaps the priests never believed the river was listening in any literal sense. Perhaps the blessing ceremony was not about influencing water, but about creating community, about marking departures with ritual that acknowledged their significance, about giving structure to the fear and hope that accompanied every journey into uncertainty. If that was the purpose, then the river's departure did destroy it. Not because water stopped responding to prayer, but because water's absence removed the occasion for prayer, removed the ships that required blessing, removed the entire context that made the ceremony meaningful. Tonight, in the temple's quiet darkness, imagine standing where the priests stood, before you, windows that should frame flowing water, but frame only sand. Behind you, the families who are not there, the ships that are not waiting, the departures that are not happening. In your hands, words of blessing that have no recipient, prayers that address absence, ceremony that maintains form while acknowledging that substance has departed along with the river it was designed to honor. Do you speak the blessing anyway? Do you perform the ritual despite knowing it serves no practical purpose, despite acknowledging that no ship will carry it downstream, despite recognizing that the words will disappear into empty air rather than descending onto water that might, in whatever mysterious way prayer works, if prayer works at all, carry them toward the protection they request? Perhaps you do. Perhaps speaking prayers into absence is what faith means, when presence cannot be guaranteed, when the God you petition has withdrawn its tangible form, when relationship with the sacred must continue despite sacred's apparent disinterest in continuing relationship with you. Perhaps the blessing is not about river's response, but about human persistence, about continuing to speak prayers even when no one seems to be listening, about maintaining ritual even when ritual no longer produces the outcomes it was designed to produce. The temple stands at the absent river's edge. The prayers rest in silence. The blessing waits for ships that will never come, for departures that will never happen, for the dawn when water will flow past this place again, and priests will gather to speak prayers over it, and families will watch their sailors board, and the relationship between city and river will resume as if it had never been interrupted, as if absence had been only temporary pause rather than permanent departure. But that dawn does not come. The river flows elsewhere. The temple persists in its devotion to water that has withdrawn its presence, maintaining sacred space for relationship that one partner has terminated, holding possibility for blessing that has no occasion to be spoken, no ships to receive it, no water to carry it away toward whatever destination prayers travel when they leave the temples where they are spoken. Before the river left, the market thrived at the intersection of water and land, positioned perfectly to facilitate exchange between what the river provided and what the city needed. Every morning before dawn, vendors arrived to claim their spaces, the fish sellers closest to the docks where boats would soon arrive with the night's catch, the rope makers in the section where ships' captains came to replace worn rigging, The merchants who dealt in goods arriving from upriver positioned to intercept them as they were unloaded, before anyone else could bid. The market's arrangement was organic, developed across centuries of practice, each vendor's location determined by custom and negotiation, and the efficient logic of commerce is seeking the shortest path between supply and demand. You could navigate the market by smell if you chose. Fish in the morning, fresh and sharp and slightly metallic, giving way to bread as you moved inland from the docks. Then spices and leather, and the vegetable sellers, whose produce came from the irrigated lands the river watered. Then the clay sellers and basket weavers, who worked river materials into forms that could contain and carry the other goods for sale. Water itself was traded here, not directly from the river. That was available freely to anyone who wished to walk to the bank and fill a vessel. But water from specific sources, water with specific qualities, water that had been carried from springs upstream that was said to have healing properties, water that had been blessed by priests at particular temples, water in convenient quantities already measured and priced for customers who valued their time more than the small cost of paying someone else to do the carrying. The market's sounds were as distinctive as its smells. The calls of vendors advertising their wares, each one developing a particular rhythm and pitch that could be recognized even when the words were obscured by distance or competing noise. The splash of live fish in barrels, being kept fresh until purchase, their tails slapping against water in rhythms that prove their vitality. The creak of carts being pushed between stalls, the clink of coins being counted. The ongoing negotiation that filled the air with numbers and counteroffers, and the thousand small conversations that constituted the market's daily work. Children moved through the market like water through channels, finding paths between the crowds, running errands for vendors who couldn't leave their stalls, picking up coins dropped by careless customers, learning the geography of commerce by navigating it daily, absorbing the knowledge of prices and quality, and the art of bargaining simply by being present while trade occurred all around them. The market was more than economic necessity. It was the city's social center, the place where information was exchanged along with goods, where news from upriver arrived with the boats and spread through conversations between vendors and customers, where the city's pulse could be felt most strongly in the density of crowds, the volume of transactions, the vitality of exchange that proved the city was alive, was thriving, was successfully maintaining the relationship between river and human need that made urban life possible in this location. When the river left, the market tried to adapt. Vendors who had sold fish switched to preserved fish, to dried goods that could be transported from distant ports where water still flowed. Merchants who dealt in river clay found other materials. The rope makers shifted to producing goods for land transport rather than maritime use. The entire market pivoted, trying to maintain itself through sheer determination, through the belief that commerce could persist even without the river that had made this particular configuration of commerce possible. But the adaptation was incomplete, ultimately unsuccessful. The market had been optimized for river trade, its location chosen for proximity to docks that no longer served ships, its specializations developed around goods that water made available. its very existence justified by the volume of trade that the river enabled and that land routes could not replace. As the city's population declined, as commerce shifted to ports where water still flowed, as the goods that had been the market's specialties became available elsewhere, more conveniently, the market emptied. Vendors left gradually, the fish sellers first. Their trade was impossible without fresh catch, and preserved fish could be acquired anywhere, did not require this particular market. Then the boat suppliers, the merchants dealing in upstream goods, the water sellers whose entire business model depended on rivers' presence. The remaining vendors consolidated, clustered together in a shrinking portion of the market's original space, trying to maintain community and commerce even as both diminished around them. Eventually, even the consolidation failed. The market that had once filled an entire quarter of the city, that had required its own administration and dispute resolution and organized security, shrank to a handful of stalls serving the reduced population that remained. And then those final stalls closed as well, their operators finally accepting that the market's era had ended, that trying to maintain commerce in a city that had lost its reason for existence was simply postponing the inevitable departure. Now the market stands empty. The stalls remain wooden structures that were built to be temporary, but proved durable, that were erected generations ago and maintained across decades of daily use. The organization of space is still visible. You can see where the fish sellers clustered, where the rope makers worked, where the clay merchants stacked their goods. The pathways between stalls are worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic, by the cumulative pressure of thousands of daily journeys across the market's geography. Walking through the abandoned market creates a specific kind of haunting. Unlike the palace or the temple, which maintain some dignity in their emptiness, which can be appreciated as architecture even divorced from function, the market is purely functional space. It was never designed to be beautiful, only efficient, only suited to the work of exchange. Without that work occurring, without the sounds and smells and movement that constituted the market's true substance, what remains is merely structure, merely the stage without the performance, merely the container that proves its emptiness by failing to contain anything except air and silence. But memory persists in the space. Stand in the fish seller's quarter on a morning when the wind blows in from where the river used to be, and you can almost smell salt and scales, almost hear the splash of live catch in barrels, almost see the vendors calling their prices and the customers examining fish for freshness, and the complex dance of negotiation that determined which fish went home with which buyer. Close your eyes in the textile section, and you can almost feel the different fabrics that were sold here: silk from upstream, wool from the highlands, cotton from the irrigated lowlands, each one suited to different purposes, different climates, different levels of wealth and different occasions. The vendors knew their materials intimately, could identify weave and quality by touch, could recommend specific fabrics for specific uses based on decades of experience and the accumulated knowledge passed down through families that had sold textiles in this market for generations. But open your eyes and the ghosts dissolve. The market is empty. The vendors are gone. The goods are not here, have not been here for years, will not return, because the river that made this market possible has chosen to make other markets possible, has withdrawn its blessing from this place and bestowed it elsewhere, has demonstrated that even the most established patterns of trade, even the markets that seem as permanent as the cities they serve, can become obsolete overnight when the element they depend on simply flows elsewhere. Some of the stalls have collapsed. Wooden structures that were maintained as long as they served purpose, but were abandoned to weather once purpose departed. Others lean at angles suggesting imminent fall. A few remain stubbornly upright, maintained by their former operators or their descendants, who cannot quite accept that this market will never reopen, who preserve the structures against the day when commerce might resume, when the river might return, when the morning crowds might gather again to trade in the moisture that made this city viable and this market necessary. But that day does not arrive. The market remains empty except for the occasional scavenger looking for wood to burn or metal to sell, or anything useful that might have been abandoned when the vendors finally accepted that their trade here was finished. The spaces that were optimized for exchange contain only absence now, only the memory of commerce, only the evidence that humans gathered here daily for centuries to buy and sell and negotiate and argue and conduct the endless work of moving goods from those who had them to those who needed them. Tonight, as consciousness prepares to close its own marketplace, to cease its daily trading in thoughts and sensations and the thousand exchanges that constitute waking awareness, perhaps you walk through this abandoned space. The stalls are empty. The vendors are not calling their wares. The goods are not here to be examined and purchased and carried home to serve whatever purposes they were bought to serve. But the potential remains. The structure persists. The market that once thrived here could theoretically thrive again if conditions changed, if the river returned, if the city recovered and commerce resumed and vendors once again found it worthwhile to gather in this space, to trade in the moisture and materials that water makes available. Until then, or until the structures finally collapse and the space is repurposed or simply absorbed back into the city's general geography, the market stands as it stands, empty, silent, waiting for trade that will not resume, for crowds that will not gather, for the morning when vendors will arrive before dawn to claim their customary spaces and begin the day's work of exchange in the marketplace that traded in moisture, that depended on water's provision, that existed because the river flowed past this city, carrying goods and blessing and the simple abundance that makes trade possible, that makes markets necessary, that makes human gathering for purposes of commerce into something more than mere transaction, into community, into the daily reaffirmation that we need each other, that what one person has another person needs, that exchange is relationship, and relationship is what makes cities cities, rather than merely collections of buildings where strangers happen to live in proximity without connection. The market knew this, taught this, demonstrated this daily through the countless small transactions that constituted its work. And now, empty, it teaches a different lesson about absence, about what is lost when the basis for trade disappears, about the fragility of commerce and community, and all the patterns of exchange we build, assuming they will persist, assuming water will flow, assuming the elements that make gathering worthwhile will continue to make gathering worthwhile tomorrow and the next day, and all the days extending into futures we imagine but cannot guarantee. In a courtyard behind the temple, divers found something that should not have been possible. It is said that plants require light, that photosynthesis, the fundamental process by which green things live, depends on sunlight, on the capture of photons, on the transformation of light energy into chemical bonds that create sugar, that create life, that make possible the existence of everything that grows from soil or floats in water or reaches toward the sun with leaves and petals and the patient upward striving of stems. Without light, plant die. This is basic biology. This is the foundation of ecology, of the energy pyramid, of the understanding that all life on Earth ultimately derives from the sun's radiation, from the light that falls on green surfaces and is captured, transformed, made into matter that can be eaten, that can sustain, that can support the entire intricate web of who eats what and who depends on whom. At 17 meters deep, light does not penetrate. The sun's rays are absorbed by water long before they reach these depths. The ocean here exists in perpetual darkness, in the twilight zone where photosynthesis cannot occur, where plants cannot survive, where any green thing that somehow arrived here would wither and die within days, starved of the light that makes green things possible. And yet, in the courtyard, walled, rectangular, clearly designed as outdoor space, though it had been indoor space, ocean space for 3,000 years, the divers found plants. Not kelp, not seaweed, not algae, or any expected marine vegetation that could survive in darkness through chemosynthesis, through the processing of minerals from volcanic vents, through the alternative pathways that deep-sea life has evolved to exist without sun. These plants resembled terrestrial species, had structures that suggested flowers, petals, though the petals were wrong somehow. Too thick, too fleshy, coloured in shades that had no names, that existed somewhere between purple and blue and a darkness that was not quite black, but was certainly not any colour that belonged in the palette of surface vegetation. Had leaves, broad leaves, arranged in patterns that suggested intentional design, that showed the geometry of plant growth, spirals naturally, the same 7 rotation pattern appearing in how leaves emerged from stems, in how petals arranged themselves around centers, in how the entire organism organized its growth according to the mathematics that appears everywhere in nature, but which here seemed more deliberate, more conscious, as if the plants were not just following natural law, but enacting it, performing it, making visible what is usually invisible in the patient unfolding of organic form. Had stems, strong stems, anchored in what had once been garden beds, soil brought here contained in stone-bordered rectangles, arranged in the formal patterns of intentional cultivation. The soil remained, enriched by 3,000 years of oceanic settling, by the gradual accumulation of nutrients, by the slow transformation that water works on Earth, making it different, richer, stranger. And the plants were alive, growing, not static remnants, not fossilized remains, living organisms that moved in the current, that swayed with the water's flow, that showed all the signs of active biological process. New growth at tips, flowers in various stages of blooming, the ongoing cycle of plant life continuing in conditions where plant life should be impossible. The divers documented them carefully, photographed from every angle, collected samples, small cuttings taken with the understanding that this might be destructive, that removing pieces might harm what had survived for millennia. But that understanding required study, required bringing specimens to surface, to laboratories, to the instruments that could analyze cellular structure, chemical composition, the biological mechanisms that allowed these organisms to exist where nothing should exist. The samples were brought up, carefully, in containers that maintained pressure, that kept them submerged, that attempted to preserve the conditions of depth, even as the specimens rose through the water column toward light and air and the surface world where analysis could occur. In the laboratory, under microscopes, the plant cells revealed their strangeness. They had structures unlike any known plant. Chloroplasts were present, the organelles that perform photosynthesis in normal vegetation. But these chloroplasts were different, modified, containing pigments that should not exist, that absorbed wavelengths outside the visible spectrum, that suggested the ability to capture and process energy that was not light, or at least not light as we understand it. The cells also contained structures that resembled mitochondria, the powerhouses of cells, the organelles that process energy, but again modified, enlarged, filled with crystals, actual mineral crystals growing inside living cells, creating geometric lattices that might serve some function related to energy storage or transformation or the processing of something that existed in the depth, in the pressure, in the specific conditions of 70 meters down that did not exist elsewhere, that made this garden possible, that allowed these plants to thrive where thriving should be impossible. Chemists analyzed the tissues, found compounds that should not be there, proteins that resembled those from deep-sea bacteria that lived near thermal vents, enzymes that suggested the ability to process sulfur, to extract energy from minerals rather than light, but also the full complement of photosynthetic machinery, still intact, still functional, still capable, theoretically, of processing light if light were available, as if the plants were hedging their bets, maintaining multiple pathways for energy acquisition, able to photosynthesize if light appeared, but also able to extract energy from chemical processes, from the minerals in the water, from some hybrid metabolism that combined plant and bacteria, surface and depth, the normal and the impossible, into organisms that were truly unique, that existed in categories biologists did not have names for. that were neither one thing nor another, but something new, something that evolution might produce, given enough time in isolated conditions, given the pressure of survival in an environment that should not support life, but which these plants had found a way to inhabit. The question became, were these plants always aquatic, always adapted to depth? The product of evolution that occurred in the ocean rather than on land? Or were they terrestrial plants that had been modified, cultivated deliberately by people who understood biology in ways that should not have been possible 3,000 years ago, who had knowledge of genetics, or at least of selective breeding, sophisticated enough to create organisms that could survive transition from air to water, that could adapt to depths where light does not reach, that could maintain themselves through whatever combination of photosynthesis and chemosynthesis kept them alive? The garden's layout suggested the latter. The stone-bordered beds, the formal arrangement, the careful positioning of different species in patterns that showed aesthetic sense, that created visual harmony even underwater, even in darkness, where the only eyes to see were the occasional visiting divers with their lamps. This was horticulture. This was landscape design. This was the deliberate creation of beauty in outdoor space. The human impulse to cultivate gardens that exists across cultures, across time periods, that speaks to something deep in us about the need to shape nature, to create order from wilderness, to make spaces where the organic and the designed meet, where growth is guided but not controlled, where beauty emerges from the partnership between human intention and plants' own capacity for form. But this garden was different, because it grew in darkness, because it required no tending, had received no tending for 3,000 years, yet continued to flourish, because it served no obvious purpose. The plants bore no fruit, no edible parts. No medicines could be extracted from their tissues. They were simply beautiful, simply there, simply growing in their impossible way in the courtyard, where they had been planted by hands that understood things about plants that we are only beginning to glimpse, that had knowledge we have lost or never possessed, that knew how to make things grow where growing should not occur. One botanist who studied the samples extensively wrote, "These plants are not trying to survive. They are thriving. They have found their proper element. Water at 70 meters, in complete darkness, in constant cold and pressure. This is not stress for them. This is home. They are as adapted to these conditions as ferns are to forest floors, as cacti are to deserts, as any plant is to its native environment. Whoever created this garden understood that plants can adapt to any condition if given the right modifications, the right preparation, the right understanding of what adaptation requires. These are not surface plants trying to survive underwater. These are depth plants, ocean plants, plants that belong here and nowhere else, that would probably die if brought to the surface, if exposed to light and air and the conditions we think of as normal for vegetation. Attempts to cultivate the plants in aquariums failed, even when pressure and temperature were controlled, even when the water chemistry was matched precisely to the ocean at 70 meters. The plants declined, lost color, stopped producing new growth, within weeks, died, as if they required not just the physical conditions of depth, but something else. Something about the location, about being in that specific courtyard, in that specific temple, surrounded by that specific stone carved with those specific spirals. As if place mattered. As if the plants were not just adapted to environmental conditions, but were in relationship with the site itself, drawing something from the temple, from the spirals, from whatever the architecture did, whatever purpose it served, whatever it created or maintained or channeled that allowed impossible gardens to grow. So the garden remains in the courtyard, behind the temple, tended by no one, requiring no tending, simply growing, simply being beautiful in darkness where beauty should not exist, where the only witnesses are divers who descend and marvel and take photographs that can never fully capture what it feels like to swim through a garden at 70 meters deep, to see flowers blooming where flowers should not bloom, to understand that beauty requires no audience, that cultivation continues even in the absence of cultivators, that some things persist, not because they are maintained, but because they were created so perfectly, so completely, so in harmony with their place that maintenance becomes unnecessary, that the garden tends itself, that life continues because life was given the right foundation, the right understanding, the right modification to make the impossible possible, to make darkness fertile, to make depth beautiful, to prove that plants can grow anywhere if someone understands them deeply enough, loves them completely enough, knows how to make them at home in elements that seem hostile but which, with the right preparation, with the right knowledge, become hospitable, become nurturing, become the proper place for gardens that will grow for 3,000 years without withering, without failing, without losing their beauty or their capacity to astonish anyone who descends and sees and understands that this impossible garden in the impossible depth is not miracle but knowledge, not magic but science, not supernatural but simply what is possible when understanding is deep enough, when cultivation is skilled enough, when the relationship between planter and planted is perfect enough to create gardens that outlast empires, that persist through submersion and abandonment, that continue their patient blooming in darkness and cold and pressure, asking nothing, offering beauty, teaching the lesson that life is more adaptable than we imagine, more persistent than we believe, more capable of finding ways to exist in conditions we think are impossible, but which, given the right knowledge, given the right care, given the right understanding of what life actually requires rather than what we assume it requires, given all this, life continues. Life flourishes. Life blooms in the dark garden behind the temple, in the courtyard where soil and stone and water meet, where surface and depth exchange places, where the impossible happens daily, quietly, beautifully, witnessed by no one but continuing nonetheless, the garden tending itself, the flowers opening in darkness, the leaves unfurling according to spirals that match the temple carvings. The whole organic symphony continuing without conductor, because it was composed so well, so completely, that it plays itself eternally in the courtyard beneath the waves. In the temple's central chamber, positioned with such precision that it must have been the focus, the destination, the reason for the entire structure, sat a vessel. It is said that every sacred space has a center, a point toward which all architecture leads, around which all ritual organizes, where the purpose of the place becomes concentrated, becomes visible, becomes accessible to those who have made the journey from threshold to heart, from entrance to sanctum, from the outer precincts where the profane still touches the sacred, to the innermost chamber where only the sacred remains. This vessel was that center, stone, circular, carved from a single block of granite, the same red granite from Aswan that appeared throughout Egyptian construction, that spoke of connections to that ancient culture, or at least to the same geological source, to the same understanding that granite was the material for permanence, for things meant to endure, for objects whose purpose would outlast their creators. The vessel was about the size that would require 2 people to carry if it were empty, impossible to move if filled. And it was filled with water, of course. Everything here was filled with water, submerged in the element that had claimed the temple 3,000 years ago. But the vessel's water was different, moved differently. When divers approached, when their lights fell across it, when they hung suspended in the chamber watching, they saw that the water in the vessel circulated, swirled, maintained its own pattern independent of the surrounding ocean, independent of the currents that moved through the temple, independent of any physical cause that instruments could detect. The circulation was gentle, not violent, not the rushing vortex of a drain or the chaos of turbulence. Smooth, laminar, the kind of flow that speaks of deep order, of movement governed by precise laws, of liquid following paths determined by forces that are not random, that are not chaotic, but that emerge from the interaction of vessel and water and something else. Something that the divers could not identify, but which clearly existed, which clearly shaped the flow, which clearly maintained this pattern across millennia. The water turned clockwise, always clockwise, never reversing, never pausing. Continuous circulation that might have been running since the day the vessel was filled, that might have begun when the ocean first entered the temple, that might be eternal for all anyone could determine. Perpetual motion, not in the mechanical sense but in the fluid sense, water finding its path and following it endlessly because the path is there, is maintained by the shape of the vessel and the depth of the ocean and the mysterious forces that make this water move when all water should be still, when circulation should have stopped centuries ago, when everything physical and measurable suggests that this movement should not exist, but which does exist, which persists, which continues its patient spiral independent of expectation, independent of physical law as we understand it. independent of everything except whatever made it begin and whatever keeps it going. And those things remain unknown, unmeasured, mysterious. Researchers attempted to determine the cause, brought instruments, measured temperature, no difference between the vessel's water and the surrounding ocean, measured salinity, identical, measured dissolved oxygen, the same, chemical composition, no variation. The water in the vessel was ocean water, was indistinguishable from the water that filled the rest of the temple, the rest of the chamber, the rest of the sea at this depth, except that it moved, except that it circulated, except that it completed what appeared to be, though counting was difficult, though certainty was impossible, though the movement was too smooth to measure in discrete rotations, 7 cycles before returning to its starting configuration, before beginning again the pattern that it followed continuously, eternally, in the vessel that held it, that shaped it, that made possible this impossible flow. They looked for hidden channels, for connections to underground currents, for any physical mechanism, thermal vents, geological activity, tidal forces amplified by the vessel's shape. Found nothing. The vessel sat on solid stone, had no openings except its top, was filled with the water that was identical to the surrounding ocean except for this one quality. It moved when it should be still. One physicist spent weeks studying the circulation, set up cameras to record it continuously, analyzed the footage frame by frame, attempted to model the flow using computational fluid dynamics, using every equation that governs how liquids move, how they respond to pressure and gravity, and the forces that shape flow. The models failed, could not reproduce what the cameras showed, could not account for the persistence of circulation without energy input, without mechanism, without anything that should maintain movement across time. He published a paper, cautiously, acknowledging that the phenomenon defied explanation, suggesting, hesitantly, because it sounded unscientific, because it approached territory that physics typically avoids, that perhaps the vessel itself was doing something, that perhaps the stone had properties not yet measured, not yet understood, that perhaps the carving, the shaping, the precise geometry of the vessel's interior created conditions where water behaved differently, where normal rules were suspended, where circulation could persist without violating conservation of energy, because the energy came from somewhere else, from the stone itself perhaps, from whatever made the temple hum, from whatever frequency the spirals maintained, from the same mysterious source that allowed gardens to grow in darkness and tablets to exist only in water. The vessel's interior was carved, not smooth, lined with channels, shallow grooves that spiraled from the rim toward the center, creating paths that guided flow, that shaped circulation, that made visible in stone the pattern that the water followed. 7 channels, 7 spirals, each one carved with precision that suggested not decoration but function, not aesthetics but engineering, not art but the encoding of knowledge about how water moves, how stone shapes movement, How form determines flow when form is precise enough, when it matches something fundamental about liquid dynamics, about the mathematics that governs circulation. At the center of the vessel, at the point where the 7 spirals converged, was a depression, circular, smooth, deeper than the rest of the interior, as if the water was meant to pool here, to accumulate, to find its deepest point and rest. But the water did not rest, did not accumulate, moved through the center as it moved through the rest of the vessel, maintaining circulation even at the point where circulation should cease, where the spiral should end, where movement should become stillness. One diver, the same one who had dreamed of the temple before finding it, reached into the vessel, placed his hand in the circulating water, felt it move around his fingers, felt the flow interrupted but not stopped, diverted but not ceased, and felt something else, the same vibration that the stone carried, but stronger here, more focused, as if the water was amplifying it, as if the circulation was not just movement, but resonance, not just flow, but the physical manifestation of whatever frequency the temple maintained, whatever pattern it held, whatever purpose it served, that required not just carved spirals on walls, but active spirals in water, liquid patterns that moved continuously, that performed whatever function moving spirals perform, that static spirals can only symbolize. He withdrew his hand, watched his fingers. They tingled, continued to tingle for hours afterward. A sensation like mild electricity, like the pins and needles of circulation returning to a limb that has fallen asleep. But different, more pleasant, more like energy than numbness. Like his hand had been charged, had absorbed something from the vessel's water, had taken in whatever the circulation carried, whatever it maintained, whatever moved through it continuously, and which now, briefly, moved through him. That night he dreamed again, more clearly than before. Saw the temple as it had been, saw the vessel filled not with ocean, but with fresh water. Saw people approaching it, one by one, placing their hands in the water, withdrawing them, moving on. A procession, a ritual. The vessel as threshold, as baptismal font, as the place where transformation occurred through contact with water that had been prepared, that had been made sacred, that had been charged with whatever the spirals charged it with, whatever the stone gave to the liquid it contained, whatever blessing or power or simple acknowledgement passed from carved granite through moving water into human flesh. When he woke, he understood, or believed he understood, what the vessel was for. Not container, not decoration, not even primarily sacred object in the sense of artifact to be venerated, but tool, threshold, the mechanism through which the temple performed its function, through which it transformed those who came seeking transformation, through which water became more than water by virtue of moving in the right pattern, through the right stone, under the right conditions. Conditions that included the spirals carved in the vessel's interior, the depth at which it rested, the pressure that surrounded it, the ocean that filled it, but which was not ocean anymore, was not simple seawater, but had become something else through circulation, through contact with stone that knew how to shape water's movement, that knew what movement to create and why, and what that movement would do to anyone who touched it, who placed their hand in the spiral, who allowed the water to flow around their fingers and carry into their flesh whatever it carried, whatever blessing or knowledge or simple recognition that they had come to the right place, had made the journey to the center, had found the vessel and were now marked by it, changed by it, carrying in their bodies the memory of water that spirals, water that moves in 7 rotations, water that never stops, never stills, never fails to maintain the pattern that it was set into motion to maintain, however long ago, by whoever understood vessels and water and the relationship between carved stone and circulating liquid. The vessel remains in the central chamber, holding its water, maintaining its circulation. 7 spirals leading to a center that is not ending, but continuation, not stillness, but persistent movement, not the place where flow stops, but the place where flow renews, where the pattern begins again, where the water turns and turns and turns in its patient, eternal spiral, waiting for the next hand to touch it, the next person to stand before it and recognize what it is, what it offers, what transformation it provides to anyone willing to place flesh in spiral water, anyone brave enough or devoted enough or simply present enough to reach into the vessel and allow themselves to be touched by what it holds, by what it maintains, by the water that has been circulating for 3,000 years and which shows no sign of stopping, no evidence of slowing, no indication that it will ever cease its spiral, its 7 rotations, its patient movement around the carved channels that guide it, that shape it, that make it what it is. Not simple water, but water that has learned the spiral, that has become the spiral, that moves in the pattern that all things move in if given the right vessel, the right stone, the right understanding of how form shapes substance, and substance follows form when form is precise enough, sacred enough, true enough to the mathematics that govern flow, that determine movement, that make circulation possible, that make the impossible actual, that make mystery physical, that make the vessel a doorway, a threshold, a place where water stops being mere element and becomes instead a didion for transformation, carrier of blessing, liquid embodiment of the spiral that turns 7 times and returns to the beginning, which is not behind but ahead, not past but future, not ending but the place where everything eternally begins again. In the houses, in the streets, in the plaza, nowhere did archaeologists find bones. It is said that death leaves traces, that bodies, once life has left them, become objects subject to the same physical laws as any other matter. They decay, they decompose, they are acted upon by bacteria and chemistry and the patient work of time that breaks down all things, that returns flesh to its elements, that eventually leaves only bone, calcium and minerals that persist long after soft tissue is gone, that can remain for millennia, that become fossils, that allow us to know that something once lived here, once breathed, once moved through the world before dissolving back into it. A city should have bones, a population that lived here for years, generations, centuries. They would have died. Of age, of illness, of the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. And they would have been buried, or cremated, or exposed according to whatever funerary customs they practice. But traces would remain. Some evidence of death, of the infrastructure that every culture creates to handle the fact that people die, that bodies must be dealt with, that the dead require attention even as they transition from presence to absence. But here, nothing. No cemetery beyond the city walls. No cremation grounds. No evidence of burial beneath houses, though some cultures buried their dead under floors, kept them close, maintained the family across the boundary of death. No bones scattered in the streets, though if the city had been abandoned suddenly, if catastrophe had struck, if the population had died en masse, bones would remain, would have been scattered by currents perhaps, but would still exist somewhere in the sediment, somewhere in the ruins, somewhere in the archaeological record. The absence was so complete, it became the thing most noticed, most discussed, most impossible to explain. Every excavation unit produced artifacts, pottery, tools, the material culture of daily life, but not one fragment of bone, not one tooth, not one piece of evidence that human bodies had ever existed here, that the people who built the city, who carved the spirals, who planted the impossible garden, had possessed flesh and bone like all humans, had been subject to mortality like all living things. Theories multiplied. Perhaps the bodies had dissolved. The ocean's chemistry, the bacteria, the millennia of submersion had been so thorough that no trace remained. But other organic material survived. Wood, petrified, cloth, fragments, seeds from the garden, recognizable. If these could persist, bone should persist. Bone is more durable than wood, more mineral than organic, more likely to survive 3,000 years underwater than any textile or plant material. Perhaps the bodies had been removed before the flooding. The city abandoned, the dead disinterred and taken elsewhere, leaving only the architecture, only the empty houses, only the streets that remembered footsteps but held no evidence of the feet that made them. But this required foreknowledge, required knowing the flood was coming, required time and organization to remove every skeleton from every grave, to leave no evidence, to create such complete absence that millennia later archaeologists would stand in the ruins and wonder if anyone had ever actually lived here, or if the city had been built by people who visited, who used it for ceremony perhaps, who came and went but never died, never left bones to document their mortality. Or perhaps they didn't die here. Perhaps this was not a residential city in the normal sense. Perhaps it was pilgrimage site, temple complex, the place you came for ritual and transformation, but returned from, went back to some other city. some other place where ordinary life occurred, where bodies grew old and sick and eventually died and were buried according to custom in cemeteries that existed elsewhere, in places the divers had not found, that remained hidden beneath other sections of ocean or had been on land and were destroyed long ago by the normal erosion that claims all things built at the boundary between sea and shore. But the houses argued against this. The worn benches, the tools showing years of use, the domestic details that spoke of living, of daily life, of the accumulated routine of existence in place. People had lived here, had made this city home, had sat on these benches and used these tools and walked these streets day after day in the unremarkable ongoing flow of normal life. They had lived, but they had not died, or had died elsewhere, or had died in ways that left no bones, no physical trace, no evidence that could survive 3,000 years underwater to testify to their mortality. One archaeologist, specializing in funerary practices, in the ways cultures handle death, studied the absence systematically, examined every house, every public building, every space where bodies might have been placed, where burial might have occurred, where some trace of mortuary practice might have survived. Found nothing. Wrote a paper titled "The City Without Death" that became controversial not for its findings, but for its implications, for what it suggested about the people who built here, about their relationship with mortality, about the possibility that they had understood death differently, had practiced it differently, had approached the boundary between living and not living in ways that left no traces archaeology could recognize. She proposed that perhaps they had no dead because they had not conceived of death as ending. Perhaps their worldview, their cosmology, their understanding of what happens when breath stops, allowed for continuation that did not require bodies, that did not produce corpses, that made burial unnecessary because what most cultures bury, the shell left behind when consciousness departs, was for them not remainder but transformation, not thing to be disposed of but stage in process, not body, but chrysalis that dissolved, that was reabsorbed, that returned to elements so completely that no trace remained because leaving traces was not the point, was perhaps actively avoided, was perhaps understood as clinging when release was required, as holding what should be let go, as making permanent what should be temporary, the body's final act being complete dissolution, complete return, leaving nothing but memory and the architecture they built, the spirals they carved, the knowledge they encoded in tablets that existed only in water and gardens, that grew in darkness and vessels, that circulated in patterns that would persist long after the bodies that created them had dissolved back into the ocean, back into the elements, back into the vast recycling that makes all things from the same materials used and released and used again in the endless turning of matter through forms, through lives, through the spiral that includes not just 7 rotations, but infinite rotations. Not just the pattern carved in stone, but the pattern enacted in flesh and bone, and the eventual releasing of flesh and bone back into the universe that made them. Or perhaps other scholars whispered, they didn't die. Not in the normal sense. Perhaps the transition into water was not catastrophe, but chosen transformation. Perhaps the people walked into the rising tide deliberately. Perhaps they understood submersion not as death, but as change of element, as passage from air to water, from breath to something else, from the state of living on land to the state of existing in ocean. And that existence continued, continues, in forms we cannot recognize, in ways that leave no bones, because bones are not required, because whatever they became when the water came was not corpse, but transformation, not ending, but adaptation, the same adaptation their gardens showed, their tablets showed, their understanding of how to exist in water rather than despite water, how to make depth not obstacle but home, how to pass from one element to another and continue, persist, be present in ways that archaeology cannot detect. Because archaeology looks for remains, for endings, for the material traces of cessation, whereas what happened here was not cessation, but continuation in another form, another state, another condition of being that is as different from land life as water is from air, but which is not death, is not ending, is simply change, simply the spiral turning to its next rotation, simply the movement from one phase to another in the cycle that includes many phases, many states, many conditions of existence that we, living in air, breathing with lungs, occupying bodies that are solid and discrete, cannot imagine, cannot recognize, cannot detect except through the absence where we expect presence, through the lack of bones where bones should be, through the empty spaces that might not be empty, but filled with something we cannot see, something that exists in water differently than we exist in air, something that continues the watch, the vigil, the patient presence that the temple maintains, that the vessel circulates, that the garden grows, that the spirals encode. The presence of the people who built this, who carved this, who understood enough about transformation to prepare for it, to walk into it, to become it when the ocean came, leaving behind their architecture and their knowledge and their beautiful, impossible gardens, but taking with them their bodies, their bones, their physical presence, dissolving it, releasing it, returning it to the elements so completely that 3,000 years later we find everything they made, but nothing of what they were. Find the products of their hands, but not the hands themselves. Find the traces of their lives, but not the bodies that lived them. Find the city complete and populated with ghosts we cannot see, cannot touch, cannot prove exist, but whose absence is so profound, so complete, so total, that absence itself becomes a kind of presence, a reminder that not everything that exists leaves the kinds of traces we know how to look for, that not everything that matters can be excavated, that some presences are known only through absence, through the spaces where we expect to find things and find instead nothing, or find instead something we cannot recognize, cannot name, cannot classify according to our categories of living and dead, present and absent, here and gone. real and imagined, existing and dissolved into the element that holds everything, that keeps everything, that gives back only what it chooses in forms we can recognize, keeping the rest in forms we cannot, in states we have no names for, in the vast patient mystery of the ocean that is not just water but possibility, not just element but transformation, not just where the dead are buried, but where the living continue in ways we cannot fathom, cannot prove, cannot do anything with except wonder, except question, except stand in the empty city and understand that empty does not mean abandoned, that absence does not mean gone, that the city without bones might be the city where death was defeated, not through immortality, but through transformation so complete that bones became unnecessary, became obstacles, became things to be released rather than preserved, dissolved rather than buried, returned rather than kept, given back to the ocean that made them, that held them briefly in the form of flesh and bone and breath, and that received them back when transformation came, when the water rose, when the people walked into the tide and became something else, something that leaves no bones, no trace, no evidence except the architecture they built and the absence where their bodies should be, and the persistent feeling reported by divers, by researchers, by anyone who spends time in the city, that the place is non-empty, that presences move through the water, that something watches, something remains, something continues in the houses and streets, and the plaza where no bones lie buried, but where something nonetheless persists, patient and invisible, watching the living who visit, who search for the dead, who find instead only absence, only mystery, only the profound, unsettling possibility that death and transformation are not the same thing, that bodies and beings are not equivalent, that the people who built this city understood something we have forgotten or never knew about, how to continue beyond the body, beyond the bone, beyond the material traces that archaeology depends upon, understood and enacted and demonstrated that understanding by leaving everything except themselves, by dissolving into the ocean that held them, by becoming water or becoming something that exists in water, by transforming so completely that we can find no evidence of what they were, but feel everywhere the presence of what they became, what they continue to be, in the city that has no bones, the streets that hold no dead, the houses where people lived and left and did not die but passed into something else, something that continues, something that persists, something that watches still from the absence where bones should be, from the mystery at the heart of the empty city, from the profound silence that is not empty but full, not vacant but populated, not dead but alive in ways we cannot recognize, cannot measure, cannot do anything with except acknowledge, except wonder, except allow the mystery to remain mystery, the absence to remain absence, the city without death to keep its secret in the patient depths where the ocean holds what it holds and releases only what it chooses and keeps the rest, keeps it all, in forms we cannot see, in states we cannot name, in the vast transforming waters where nothing is lost but everything changes, where dying might be just another word for spiral turning, for rotation continuing, for the movement from one state to another that looks like ending, but is actually continuation, looks like death, but is actually transformation, looks like absence, but is actually presence in another form, another element, another way of being that the ocean knows and keeps and will not explain to those who search for bones, who look for endings, who expect death to leave traces when perhaps death, their death, this civilization's death, left no traces, because it was not death at all, but passage, but crossing, but the movement from air to water and the continuation beyond in ways we cannot fathom, but which the empty city, the absent bones, the persistent presences suggest is possible, is actual, is what happened here when the ocean came, when the people chose or were chosen, when transformation occurred and bodies dissolved and something else began, something that continues still in the city, beneath the waves where no bones lie, because bones were not needed, were not kept, were not the point at all, but merely the temporary scaffolding that life required for one phase, one rotation of the spiral, one turning of the pattern that continues beyond flesh, beyond calcium, beyond the material substrates we mistake for essence, beyond everything solid into everything fluid, into the ocean that is not grave but womb, not ending but beginning, not death but the spiral's next rotation, endlessly turning, endlessly continuing, in the city where no bones lie because no one died. They only changed, they only transformed, they only spiraled into the next phase and the next and the next, forever in water, in depth, in the absence that is presence, in the mystery that refuses to resolve, in the empty city that is full, impossibly full, with what we cannot see but what nonetheless remains. Divers who spent extended time at the site began reporting something that could not be recorded. It is said that the ocean has voices. The clicking of dolphins, the songs of whales, the crackling of shrimp. The sea is not silent but filled with sound, with communication, with the acoustic landscape that marine life uses to navigate, to find food, to locate mates across distances that visibility cannot span, where sight fails but sound travels, where the medium of water carries vibration better than air ever could. But the sounds the divers reported were different, were not animal communication, were not the mechanical noises of equipment, of regulators breathing, of fins pushing water. These sounds seemed to come from the temple itself, from the stone, from the water moving through drowned corridors, from somewhere in the architecture or from the architecture itself, creating tones that should not exist, that had no source but were nonetheless heard, perceived, experienced by those who descended and waited and listened with the particular attention that depth requires, that the ocean teaches, that comes from existing in an environment where sound is everything and vision is almost nothing. The sounds were described as singing, not human singing, no words, no recognizable melody from any known tradition, but singing in the sense of sustained tones, of harmony, of multiple pitches occurring simultaneously in patterns that suggested music, that felt intentional, that created the impression not of random noise, but of composition, of structure, of someone or something producing organized sound for reasons that might be aesthetic or communicative or simply expressive, the ocean finding voice, the temple sounding its own nature, the stone singing the song it had been carved to sing. Some said it sounded like wind chimes, but gentle, barely audible, the kind of sound you had to be perfectly still to hear, perfectly quiet, perfectly attuned, the kind of sound that exists at the threshold of perception, that might be actual external vibration, or might be the nervous system interpreting some other sensation as sound, translating pressure or electromagnetic fields or the body's own resonance into audio experience, because that's the category the brain has for this kind of input, for this quality of subtle rhythmic stimulation. Others described it as voices in harmony, multiple tones at once, creating chords, not dissonant. The intervals were pleasing, were consonant, were the kind of harmonies that Western music theory would recognize as stable, as resolved, as the endpoint of tension rather than its creation. Major thirds, perfect fifths, the mathematical ratios that sound good to human ears regardless of culture, regardless of musical training, because they reflect the physics of vibration, the natural harmonics that emerge when strings or columns of air, or any resonating medium produces a sound. The sounds were not constant, came at specific times, though the times did not correlate with tides, with moon phases, with any predictable environmental pattern. Divers would spend hours in the temple hearing nothing but ocean noise. Then, suddenly, the tones that would begin would last for minutes, 10, 15, sometimes longer, then fade, return to silence, leave only the memory and the question, what had just occurred? What had produced those sounds, and why? Attempts to record the sounds failed. Underwater microphones were positioned throughout the temple complex, left to record continuously. Hours of audio captured, but playback revealed only the expected ocean sounds. Currents, the creaking of equipment, the breathing of divers when divers were present, the singing, the harmonies, the tones that multiple witnesses insisted they had heard simultaneously. These appeared nowhere in the recordings, as if the sounds existed only for human ears, only for consciousness, only in the subjective experience of listening rather than in the objective reality that microphones capture. This failure to record did not mean the sounds were imaginary. All the divers agreed on the timing. When someone heard the singing, everyone present heard it. They would look at each other, would make gestures of acknowledgement, would confirm through eye contact and shared experience that yes, this is happening. We all perceive this. This is not individual hallucination, but collective experience. Something actual occurring in shared reality, even if that reality cannot be documented, cannot be brought back to surface, cannot be made available to those who have not descended, who have not waited in the temple, who have not experienced the particular consciousness that depth creates. Some sounds seemed to come from specific locations. The vessel in the central chamber. Divers reported tones emerging from the circulating water. Pure tones, single pitches that sustained longer than any sound wave should sustain. That did not decay but remained constant, unwavering, as if the water itself was vibrating, was producing sound through its circulation, through its movement in the carved spirals, through some interaction between liquid and stone that created resonance, that made the vessel an instrument, the water its vibrating element, the stone its body, together producing tone that were not music in the conventional sense but were organized sound, were intentional vibration, were the acoustic equivalent of the carved spirals. 7 tones, perhaps corresponding to 7 rotations. Though counting tones was difficult, though certainty was impossible, though the sound blended into harmony too complex to analyze, too beautiful to reduce to components, too whole to separate into parts. Other sounds seemed to move, to travel through the temple corridors. Divers would hear tones approaching, would track them by sound as they passed through columns, through doorways, through the spaces of the temple, like something moving, something progressing, something making journey through architecture, following paths that sound follows when it encounters surfaces, when it reflects and refracts and creates the acoustic environment that gives each space its characteristic sound, its signature, its voice. One diver, a musician in surface life, someone trained to listen, to analyze, to understand sound, spent weeks attempting to document the temple's acoustics. Not the mysterious singing which refused recording, but the measurable properties. How sound reflected off walls, how corridors created echoes, how the different chambers modified frequencies, which tones resonated and which were dampened, how the architecture shaped sound as deliberately as it shaped space, as precisely as it carved spirals. He discovered that the temple was designed as acoustic instrument. The columns were spaced to create specific interference patterns. The walls were carved at angles that focused sound toward the central chamber. The vessel itself, when struck gently, produced tones that harmonized with the resonant frequencies of the surrounding stone, that created sympathetic vibrations, that made the entire temple ring softly, briefly, with overtones that faded, but which, while they sounded, filled the space with organized vibration, with something approaching music, with the suggestion that this architecture was meant not just to enclose space, but to shape sound, to create acoustic environment where certain frequencies would be enhanced, where others would be suppressed, where the sonic landscape would be as deliberately designed as the visual, where hearing would be as important as seeing, where sound would teach what sight alone could not. His analysis suggested that if sound were introduced at specific frequencies, frequencies that matched the temple's resonant modes, that aligned with the mathematics of the spiral, that corresponded to the ratios encoded in the vessel's 7 rotations, the temple would sing, would amplify those frequencies, would create standing waves, resonance, the kind of acoustic phenomenon that cathedrals create when the right note is sung, when vibration matches architecture, when sound and stone cooperate to produce something larger than either alone, something that fills space not just with volume, but with presence, with the sense that the building itself is participating, is adding its voice, is sounding its own nature in response to being sounded by others. But what frequencies? What tones? The original singing that divers heard was never recorded, never measured, never analyzed. Could only be described. Beautiful, harmonic, multiple tones in consonant intervals, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere, lasting minutes before fading into silence. The musician tried to recreate it, brought instruments, waterproof speakers that could produce precise frequencies, played tones into the temple, tried to find the resonant modes, the frequencies that would make the stone sing back. Found some responses, certain notes did create echoes that lingered, did seem to excite vibrations in the walls. But nothing like the harmonies divers described. Nothing sustained. Nothing that approached music. Just isolated tones responding to acoustic properties, physics playing out in stone and water, nothing mysterious, nothing that required explanation beyond normal acoustics. He concluded that either the divers were experiencing some kind of shared auditory illusion, nitrogen narcosis affecting perception, the brain interpreting sensory input incorrectly, the power of suggestion making people hear what they expected to hear, or that something else was occurring, something his equipment could not capture, some source of sound that existed but which instruments could not detect, or which only operated under specific conditions that his testing had not recreated, that required some element he was not providing, some catalyst or trigger or simple presence of the right consciousness in the right place at the right time. The singing continued, intermittently, unpredictably. Divers still reported hearing it. Some found it comforting, felt that the temple was welcoming them, acknowledging their presence, participating in some kind of communion that required no understanding, only the willingness to listen, to receive, to allow themselves to be affected by sound whose source remained unknown, but whose beauty was undeniable, whose capacity to create feeling was profound, whose effect on consciousness was measurable, even if the sound itself was not. Others found it unsettling, felt that they were overhearing something not meant for them, that the singing was not greeting but conversation, communication between presences they could not see, dialogue conducted in tones they could hear but not comprehend, in language that was pure vibration, pure frequency, pure organized sound carrying meaning in the intervals themselves, in the relationships between tones, in the harmonics that implied mathematical ratios, that suggested knowledge being transferred, information being shared, in acoustic form, in the medium of organized vibration that is older than language, older than symbols, older than anything humans have invented to carry meaning across distance, across time, across the boundaries that separate beings from each other. The sound carried something. What it carried remained unknown, but the effect was real. Divers reported dreams afterward, not frightening, not disturbing, but vivid, full of colour and sensation and the feeling of understanding something important, even though waking brought no memory of what exactly had been understood, brought only the residue, the emotional trace, the sense that something had been communicated, received, integrated at a level below consciousness, below language, in the place where sound works directly on the nervous system, where vibration shapes brain states, where harmony creates coherence that persists after the tones have faded, after the singing has ended, after the diver has ascended and returned to air, an ordinary consciousness, but carries somewhere in the body, somewhere in the cells, the memory of sound that should not exist, music that cannot be recorded, harmonies that the temple produces or that the ocean creates or that emerge from the interaction of stone and water and consciousness, when all three are present, are attuned, are listening for what can be heard only in depth, only in darkness, only in the particular silence that exists between waves of sound, in the spaces where the singing pauses before beginning again, where the tones fade before new tones emerge, where the temple catches its breath before sounding once more, its patient, mysterious song that teaches what it teaches not through words, but through vibration, not through meaning but through feeling, not through explanation, but through the direct experience of organized sound and sacred space, underwater, in the deep, where the ocean carries what the ocean carries, and the temple sings what the temple sings, and those who descend and listen receive what they receive, understand what they can understand, and carry back to surface the memory of music that could not be recorded, harmony that could not be captured, beauty that exists only in the moment of listening, only in the presence of the one who hears, only in the space between stone and water, and consciousness where sound becomes something more than physics, becomes communication, becomes the voice of the temple speaking in tones that require no translation, because they work directly on the soul, directly on the part of us that responds to harmony regardless of understanding, that recognizes beauty regardless of explanation, that knows when something significant is occurring even when consciousness cannot say what that significance is, cannot name it, cannot do anything with it except receive, except honor, except carry forward the memory that the temple sings, that the ocean has voice, that sound moves through water in ways that technology cannot fully capture, that listening is sometimes more important than recording, that some experiences are meant to remain subjective, personal, direct, immediate, impossible to share, except through the inadequate testimony of those who have heard, who have been there, who have descended into the depth and waited in the darkness and heard what the temple offers to those who listen, what the water carries to those who are still, what the spiral sounds like when stone remembers how to sing and water remembers how to harmonize, and the temple performs the music it was built to perform, the tones it was shaped to create, the song it has been singing for 3,000 years to audiences of fish and current and occasional human visitors who descend and marvel and listen and understand nothing except that this impossible singing in the impossible depth is one more mystery to add to all the others. one more impossible thing that nonetheless occurs. One more experience that defies documentation, but which shapes those who experience it, that changes those who hear it, that makes them different in ways they cannot articulate, that gives them the memory of harmony in the deep, of music in the darkness, of the temple's voice carrying through water something that might be greeting, or might be teaching, or might be simply the sound that sacred space makes when it exists long enough, when it persists through millennia, when it continues its purpose in the element that claimed it, singing still, always singing, in the depths where sound carries farther than light, where harmony matters more than vision, where the temple speaks in the language it speaks, pure tone, pure vibration, pure organized sound that requires no words because it says what it says through the direct action of vibration on consciousness, through the sympathetic resonance it creates in bodies, through the way it makes the chest cavity resonate, makes the bones hum, makes the entire body become instrument receiving the temple's transmission, becoming for the duration of the singing a resonating chamber, a receiver, a participant in the acoustic environment that the temple creates, that the ocean supports, that the divers witness and carry forward into air, into ordinary life, into the surface world where no one can hear what they heard but where they nonetheless carry the memory, carry the vibration, carry in their bodies the echo of the temple's song, fading but present, persisting beyond recording, beyond proof, in the place where experience lives, regardless of evidence, where memory exists regardless of documentation, where the singing continues in those who have heard it, forever, a permanent subtle resonance, the temple's gift to those who descend, who listen, who open themselves to sound that should not exist, but which does exist, which does sing, which does carry through water the voice of stone and spiral, and the deep mysterious patience of the ocean that holds everything, including music, including harmony, including the song that the temple sings in the darkness, where only those who descend can hear it, where only those willing to listen receive it, where only those who accept mystery without demanding explanation can truly hear what the water carries, what the stone sings, what the temple offers to anyone brave enough to descend into the depth and patient enough to wait in silence and listen for what comes, what sounds, what sings in the temple beneath the waves. Final chapters to follow. Far below the surface of the ocean, where the light of day fades into an eternal twilight, there lies a temple, an ancient structure that once rose from the deep like a celestial gate, its towering walls reaching toward the stars. This temple, though now lost beneath the waves, was once a place of great power, built by a civilization that understood the secret language of the stars. The gate itself, a magnificent arch, carved from coral and stone, was believed to be a doorway, a passage between the earthly realm and the divine. Now its once glorious form is buried beneath the ocean's embrace, swallowed by the deep, but its memory still lingers, echoing in the silent waters. The journey begins beneath the tranquil surface of the sea, where the ocean, though calm, holds the weight of its ancient secrets. The water is cool, the current gentle, and the sunlight that filters down from above is soft, casting everything in shades of pale blue and silver. As you descend further into the depths, the world above fades into a distant memory, and the silence grows deeper, more profound. The sounds of the world are muffled here, replaced by the soft hum of the water and the distant rhythm of the earth's heartbeat. With each passing moment, you draw closer to the sunken temple, your path guided by the faintest shimmer of moonlight that dances upon the ocean floor. It is said that the temple, built long ago by a people who believed in the sacred connection between the stars and the ocean, was designed to align with the cosmos. The celestial gate, though now broken and submerged, was once a majestic structure that stood as a beacon, a symbol of divine unity. The people who built this temple were not merely astrologers or priests, but sacred keepers chosen to interpret the movements of the stars and bring the wisdom of the heavens down to the earth. Their connection to the stars was not one of worship, but of understanding. They believed that through the celestial gate, they could commune with the gods and bring divine knowledge to their people. As you approach the sunken ruins, the first thing you notice is the faint outline of the gate. Its once mighty arches now partially buried beneath a blanket of sand and coral. The stone, though weathered by centuries of salt water, still holds its shape, still reflects the faintest glimmer of light. The ocean, though vast and ancient, feels intimate here, as though it is sharing a secret, holding a memory that it is not ready to forget. The gate, though cracked and broken, still speaks of a time when it was whole, when it stood tall above the waves, a connection between the divine and the earthly. Inside the ruins, the temple is almost entirely reclaimed by the sea. The once grand hallways are now filled with seaweed and coral, the stone floor smooth from the constant ebb and flow of water. Yet despite the temple's age, there is still something sacred about this place. Something that hums in the stillness of the water. The faintest glow can be seen in the crevices of the stone. A soft light that seems to pulse from deep within the walls, as if the temple itself is still alive, still waiting for the return of the divine connection it once held. The air is thick with the scent of salt and ancient stone. And though the water is silent, there is an energy here, an unspoken presence, like the temple is breathing, waiting. As you explore deeper into the ruins, the walls are covered with intricate carvings of celestial bodies. Stars, moons, planets, their patterns still visible, though faded by time. Some of the carvings depict gods and goddesses, their hands raised toward the sky, their bodies intertwined with the cosmos. Others show ships sailing upon the ocean, their sails filled with the wind, their course determined by the movements of the stars above. The people who built this temple understood the connection between the earth and the heavens. They knew that the ocean, like the stars, was a living force, and that both held the power to guide them toward their destiny. But now, The temple lies silent, its once proud walls crumbling beneath the weight of centuries. The celestial gate, though still standing, is barely recognizable, its once vibrant carvings worn by the unrelenting touch of the ocean. What happened to the people who built this temple? What caused them to vanish, leaving the temple to fall into ruin? Some believe that the temple was destroyed by a great storm, that the gods themselves withdrew their favor, leaving the people to face the wrath of the ocean. Others whisper that the kingdom simply faded, its people lost to time, their knowledge and wisdom swallowed by the deep. But there are those who believe that the temple sank of its own accord, that it was never meant to remain in the world, that its purpose was always to be a moment in time, a fleeting connection between the divine and the earthly. As you stand beneath the celestial gate, the water around you feels heavier, as though the ocean is holding its breath. The silence grows deeper, more profound, and you begin to feel the weight of the temple's history pressing in on you, its secrets waiting to be revealed. Perhaps the temple was never meant to be found again, but only to be felt. Its presence, woven into the very fabric of the ocean, its wisdom carried in the current, in the rhythm of the tides. Perhaps the celestial gate, though broken, still stands, waiting for someone to understand it, to listen to the whispers of the stars and the ocean, to reconnect the divine and the earthly. As the journey through the temple fades into the silence of the sea, you are left with the lingering sense that some things are not meant to be fully understood, but only experienced, felt in the stillness, in the space between the waves, in the ancient rhythm of the water. The celestial gate may be lost, its path forgotten, but the wisdom of the temple, like the stars themselves, still echoes in the depths, waiting for someone to listen. Perhaps the temple's purpose was not to provide answers, but to teach us how to seek, how to listen, how to connect. And as you leave the sunken ruins behind, the ocean hums softly, carrying its secret, its divine wisdom, into the deep. Some voices only echo when we are ready to hear them, and the celestial gate, though lost to the ocean, continues to speak in the language of the stars. Near the temple's foundation, where stone met the ocean floor, researchers discovered a current that defied the expected flow of water. It is said that water follows laws. Gravity pulls it downward. Temperature gradients create circulation. Warm water rises. Cold water sinks. Salinity differences generate currents. The rotation of the earth, the pull of the moon, the pressure of depth. All these forces shape how water moves through the ocean, creating patterns that are predictable, measurable, governed by physics that we understand, that we can model, that we can calculate with precision. In every ocean, at every depth, water moves according to these rules, follows these laws, creates the circulation that oceanographers map, that submariners navigate by, that explains why certain regions are cold while others are warm, why nutrients accumulate in some places and are scarce in others, why the ocean is not static, but a vast three-dimensional river constantly moving, constantly exchanging, constantly following the patterns that physics demands. But here, at the temple's foundation, water did something different. Rose from the sediment with gentle but persistent force. Moved upward against gravity's pull, against the tendency of cold, deep water to stay deep, against every expectation of how currents should behave at 70 meters down, where pressure and cold should dominate, where everything should sink or remain still, where upward movement should not occur without some external force, some mechanism, some reason that instruments could detect. The current was visible, not through the water itself. Water is transparent, invisible except when it carries particles or when it moves with enough force to create visual disturbance. But this current carried particles, tiny specks that sparkled in dive lights, that caught illumination and reflected it, creating a column of ascending brightness against the surrounding darkness, a pillar made visible not by the water, but by what the water carried, by the particles that rose with it, that made the current perceptible, that turned invisible flow into visible phenomenon, that created architecture from movement, structure from fluid dynamics, the appearance of solid column from what was actually liquid emotion. The column was narrow, perhaps a meter in diameter, rising from a point at the temple's foundation, not from a crack, not from any visible opening in the stone, but from the junction where carved granite met natural rock, where the temple's deliberate architecture transitioned into the geology it was built upon, where human construction and Earth's own formation came together, creating a boundary, a threshold, a place where different orders met, and perhaps, in meeting, created conditions for something unusual, something that did not occur elsewhere in the surveyed area, only here, only at this specific location. Divers swam into the current, felt it push them upward, gently, not violently, not the rush of a thermal vent or the force of waters under pressure escaping from depths, just persistent upward flow, enough to make hovering easier, to reduce the effort of maintaining position, to provide lift that worked against the natural tendency to sink, that made the water feel different here, feel lighter, feel as if gravity had been reduced, or the water's density had changed, or some force was acting that countered the normal physics of submersion. One diver released a handful of sediment into the current, watched it rise. The particles separated, spread, caught in the ascending flow and carried upward, up past the temple's foundation, past the columns, past the point where she floated watching, continuing to rise, until they disappeared into the grey-green dimness above, continuing toward surface thousands of meters distant, toward light they would never reach, toward air they would never touch, but rising nonetheless, following the current that pulled them, that lifted them, that carried them in defiance of the settling that should occur, the sinking that all sediment does, the gradual descent that makes the ocean floor accumulate layers, that creates the geological record, that buries what falls and preserves it in darkness. But these particles rose, kept rising, made visible a flow that should not exist. Instruments were brought. Current meters that could measure velocity, direction, the precise characteristics of water movement. They confirmed what observation showed. Water was flowing upward at approximately 5 centimeters per second. Slow, gentle, but consistent. Maintaining this velocity day after day, measured over weeks, showing no variation with tides, with moon phases, with any environmental factor that normally affects currents. Temperature measurements found no anomaly. The water in the current was the same temperature as surrounding ocean, same cold, same 4 degrees Celsius that exists at these depths worldwide. The temperature where water achieves maximum density, where it sinks and stays, where thermal circulation stops because there's no temperature difference to drive it. Salinity was identical. No fresh water input, no brine seepage, nothing that would create density differences that could explain the upward flow. The water rising was ocean water, indistinguishable from the ocean that surrounded it except in this one quality. It moved up where it should remain still, or ascended where it should settle. Maintained flow where stagnation should dominate. Chemical analysis revealed nothing unusual. Same dissolved oxygen, same minerals, same trace elements. The water was not coming from some deep source, was not being fed by underground springs or volcanic vents or any geological feature that could explain its presence, its movement, its refusal to obey the laws that govern every other current in the ocean. One hypothesis suggested trapped air, that somehow air was being released from beneath the temple, creating bubbles that rose and carried water with them, creating the upward flow through entrainment, through the physical process where rising air drags surrounding water upward. But no bubbles were detected, no gas signatures, no evidence of air in water that should contain no air, that existed at pressure that would compress any bubble, that would dissolve any gas into solution, rather than allowing it to exist as separate phase. Another proposed tidal pumping, that the foundation was cracked, that tidal forces pushed water up through the cracks in patterns that created net upward flow when averaged over tidal cycles. But examination of the foundation showed no cracks, no openings. The stone was intact. The temple sat on solid rock, weathered but unbroken, showing no conduits that could channel water, no pathways that could explain the current's origin. The particles in the current resisted identification, were organic but not living, were mineral but not from any known geology, were structured but not crystalline, not following the geometric patterns that minerals typically form. Under electron microscopy, they showed layers, concentric rings like tree growth or sedimentary deposition, suggesting slow accumulation, gradual building, the patient addition of material over time according to processes that occurred in the current itself, in the ascending water, in the environment that this upward flow created. Some researchers theorized that the particles were being created by the current. that whatever made the water rise also made these structures, built them molecule by molecule through forces that were electromagnetic rather than chemical, that were quantum rather than classical, that operated at scales where normal rules became guidelines, where possibilities multiplied, where water could do things we don't expect, because we observe water at scales where quantum effects average out, where the weird becomes mundane, where magic becomes physics, and physics becomes limitation. But at small enough scales, in specific enough conditions, perhaps water remembered what it could do. Perhaps it showed capacities that bulk observation misses. Perhaps in this current, at this temple, where stone carved with spirals met ocean that had covered it for millennia, where architecture and geology and time had created conditions unique in the surveyed ocean, perhaps here water could flow upward, not through violation of physics, but through physics we don't yet understand, through principles that exist but which we haven't discovered, through the action of fields or forces, or simple geometric configuration of stone and seafloor that created, by accident or design, the conditions where upward flow became possible, became actual, became the phenomenon that divers witnessed and instruments measured, but which no theory could fully explain. The current's implications were profound. If water could flow upward here, could it flow upward elsewhere? Were there other temples, other structures, other configurations of stone and ocean that created similar phenomena? Or was this unique, singular, the one place in the entire ocean where this specific arrangement existed, where this specific current rose? And what did it mean symbolically? Civilization that carved spirals everywhere, that built vessels where water circulated in patterns, that created gardens in darkness and wrote tablets that existed only in water. This civilization also built their temple at a location where water defied gravity, where the ocean itself seemed to acknowledge something special about this place, where currents rose as if in tribute, as if in recognition, as if the water was paying attention to the temple, was responding to it, was participating in whatever purpose the architecture served, rising water in a submerged place. Ascension in depth. Upward movement where everything should sink. The symbolism was inescapable. This was a temple of transformation, of passage from one state to another, of the possibility of rising even when surrounded by weight, of moving toward light even from darkness, of refusing the downward pull that claims all things and instead choosing or being chosen to rise, to ascend, to move, counter to expectation in the same way that gardens grew counter to possibility, in the same way that tablets existed counter to logic, in the same way that the entire temple complex seemed to operate according to rules that were not violations of physics, but were physics operating at a level we hadn't yet learned to understand. Physics that included consciousness, perhaps. Physics that allowed intention to shape matter. Physics where sacred architecture could create not just aesthetic experience, but actual alteration of how elements behave, how water moved, how the ocean itself responded to form carved with precision and purpose. The current continued its patient ascent, carrying its mysterious particles upward from the temple's foundation towards surface, thousands of meters above. The journey would take hours, days perhaps, the particles rising slowly through the water column, through the grey-green depths where light fades, through the blue regions where fish swim, through the surface layers where waves disturb and mix, finally reaching the boundary between ocean and air where they might settle again, might be scattered by currents, might accumulate somewhere in patterns that mirrored their origin, that carried to surface the message the temple was sending. The particles themselves being information, being communication, being the temple's way of touching the surface world without leaving the depths, of extending upward while remaining anchored, of reaching toward light while existing in darkness. Some particles have reached the surface, were caught by horizontal currents, carried away from the vertical column, distributed across the ocean in patterns that might be random or might follow the spiral, might disperse chaotically or might maintain some relationship to the 7 rotations. The pattern repeating not just in carved stone, but in the distribution of particles through water, through the 3-dimensional space that the current occupied, through the ocean that received what the temple offered and carried it according to its own logic, its own circulation, its own vast patient patterns that moved water and everything water contained according to forces that operated at planetary scale, at the scale where oceans became rivers flowing around continents, where currents became climate, where everything connected to everything else in networks so vast that understanding required not just local measurement, but global perspective, planetary awareness, the recognition that this current at this temple was not isolated, but was part of the ocean's entirety, was contributing its small upward flow to the vast circulation that included all the seas, that moved warmth and cold and nutrients and particles in patterns that sustained all marine life and that made the ocean not static but dynamic, not separate from land but connected through evaporation and rain and the water cycle that includes everything, that makes all water everywhere part of the same vast flowing system. The current rose, would continue rising, had been rising perhaps since the temple was submerged, had been carrying particles upward for 3,000 years, patient and persistent, visible only to those who descended, who noticed, who paid attention to the subtle wrongness of water flowing where it should not flow, moving as it should not move, ascending in the depth where all things sink. The mystery endured, the current flowed, and the particles sparkled in dive lights as they rose, carrying whatever they carried, information or blessing or simple matter, organized or random, meaningful or merely strange, carrying it upward through the water that carried everything, through the ocean that held everything, through the medium that connected all things that existed in it, that made even the separate seem related, that made even the impossible seem merely improbable, that made the current at the temple's foundation just one more wonder in the deep, one more mystery among many, one more invitation to question what we think we know about how water moves, how physics operates, how the ocean responds to stone carved with intention, blessed with purpose, dedicated to transformations that include not just human passage from air to water, but water's own passage, from still to moving, from down to up, from expected to impossible, from the realm of known physics to the territory where mystery begins, where understanding fails, where we can only witness and document and wonder at the current that flows upward, defying gravity, defying expectation, defying every rule except the rule that says sacred space operates differently, that temples have their own logic, that the ocean recognizes what humans built here and responds, participates, contributes its own small miracle to the collection of impossibilities that this place contains, that this civilization created, that the depths breathe in patient darkness, in cold and pressure, and the ascending current that rises forever, carrying light-catching particles toward a surface they may never reach, but toward which they nevertheless rise patient as the water that carries them, ancient as the temple that releases them, eternal as the ocean that holds them and lifts them and maintains the mystery of how and why, of what force drives the current, of what purpose the particles serve, of what message the temple sends through its foundation, through its upward flowing water, through the spiral made liquid, made kinetic, made visible in the column of ascending brightness that marks the temple's position, that signals its presence, that draws the eye upward even in the depths, that makes us look toward light even when surrounded by darkness, that teaches what spirals teach, that movement continues, that ascension is possible, that rising can occur even when everything around you is heavy, is cold, is designed to make you sink, if only you find the right current, the right flow, the right place where water remembers that it can climb, can ascend, can move toward heaven even from the ocean floor, can carry what needs carrying from depth to surface, from hidden to revealed, from the temple that remains below to the world that waits above, connected by water that flows upward forever, in the patient, mysterious current that the divers found, that the instruments measured, that physics cannot explain but which exists nonetheless, rising miles from the abandoned city, beyond the dried channel and the empty harbor and the wells that slowly deplete. The river flows as it has always flowed, patient, persistent, carrying water from highlands to sea without memory or regret, without awareness that its choice to flow here rather than there has meant life for some cities and death for others, blessing for some lands and abandonment for others. The river is unchanged. The same volume passes this new channel as used to pass the old one. The same seasonal variations occur, rising with spring melt, falling in late summer drought, responding to rain and snow in the distant mountains where all rivers begin, where water gathers and descends and begins its long journey toward the ocean that receives all rivers eventually, that accepts their flow without judgment or preference, that cares nothing for which cities they bless along the way, or which cities they abandoned. Stand on the banks of the river's new course, and you would not know, simply by observation, that this water used to flow elsewhere. It looks like any river, moving at speeds determined by the gradient and channel width, carrying sediment that colors it brown after storms and lets it clear during calm periods, supporting the life that rivers always support. Fish swim in its depths. Birds gather on its banks. Trees root in soil that the river's periodic flooding enriches with nutrients carried from upstream. The cities along this new course did not exist when the river flowed past the old one. Or they existed much smaller, struggling settlements that survived on well water and minimal rain, that supported populations measured in hundreds rather than thousands, that knew they were not favorably positioned for growth because the nearest river was too far away to be reliably accessed, too distant to build commerce around, too removed to base a city's entire existence upon. But when the river changed course, when it began flowing past these settlements, instead of past the old city, everything transformed. The struggling villages became thriving towns. New settlers arrived, drawn by word that water now flowed where it had not flowed before. That land that had been marginal was now blessed. That opportunity existed for those willing to relocate, to build, to establish themselves in the new geography that the river's choice had created. They built docks where the old city had built docks. Warehouses for storing goods that would arrive by boat. Markets for trading what the river made available. Temples for thanking whatever gods or forces had blessed them with this unexpected gift of flowing water. They did not build on the old city's ruins. Those lay miles away, beyond the dried channel, in lands that were now less valuable precisely because the river no longer flowed past them. They built fresh, starting from foundations that had no memory of the old configuration, no history to constrain their choices about where to position buildings and how to orient streets. The new cities are not identical to the old city. They learned from different influences, developed different customs, built according to different principles. But they face the same fundamental reality. Their existence depends on the river's continued flow. Their prosperity derives from water passing their docks. Their entire reason for being where they are rather than somewhere else comes down due to the river's choice to flow here now rather than where it used to flow. Do they wonder if the river might change again? Do they know the old city's story? That water once flowed past a thriving port and then chose differently, left behind everything that had been built around its presence. Demonstrated that river loyalty is not a thing that exists, that water flows where physics dictates and physics can change, can respond to gradients that shift and resistances that alter, and the thousand subtle factors that make one path marginally easier than another. Some know. Scholars in the new cities have studied the old city's history, have documented its rise and fall, have traced the river's previous course and noted that for centuries it flowed where it no longer flows, that permanence proved temporary, that assumption proved false. These scholars sometimes warn that the river might change again, might abandon these new cities as it abandoned the old one, might demonstrate once more that building everything around water's presence means accepting the risk that water might withdraw its presence. But most do not think about this. Most live in the new cities, assuming the river will continue flowing as it flows now, building lives and businesses and families around water's provision, orienting their existence toward the river's blessing without dwelling on the possibility that blessing might be withdrawn. This is rational. Living in constant fear of abandonment would make daily life difficult, would poison the relationship with landscape that successful habitation requires, would create anxiety that serves no purpose if the river actually does continue flowing as it currently flows. But it also means the new cities are making the same assumptions the old city made, that rivers are permanent, that what flows today will flow tomorrow, and all the tomorrows extending into futures that can be planned for with confidence, that the current configuration is stable, reliable, worthy of the kind of investment in infrastructure, in commerce, in the accumulated patterns of life, that assumes continuity rather than catastrophic change. Perhaps they are right. Perhaps the river will flow here for centuries, will bless these cities as it blessed the old city, before choosing to flow elsewhere. Perhaps the change that created these new cities was a one-time event, an exception rather than pattern, a singular occurrence that will not repeat. Perhaps the river has found its final course, the path it will maintain until some true catastrophe, earthquake or human engineering, force different flow. Or perhaps not. Perhaps the river will change again. Perhaps the new cities will become old cities, will be abandoned in their turn, will leave behind dried channels and empty harbours, and the same monuments to miscalculation that the old city has become. Perhaps the cycle will continue, rivers choosing and abandoning, cities rising and falling, the eternal dance between water that flows according to physics and humans who build according to assumption, who stake their futures on geographical features that seem permanent but prove negotiable. The river does not know what it will do, has no consciousness to make decisions with, no awareness that its course affects cities and lives and the futures of thousands or tens of thousands who depend on it flowing where it currently flows. It simply responds to the landscape, to slope and resistance and the cumulative effect of countless small factors that make one path slightly easier than another, slightly more efficient, slightly more aligned with gravity's patient pull. When those factors shift, when erosion changes the gradient, when sedimentation alters resistance, when the thousand subtle variables that determine where water flows tip from one configuration to another, the river responds. It does not consult the cities that will be affected, does not consider the investments that humans have made around its current course, does not weigh the harm its departure will cause against the benefits its arrival elsewhere will provide. It simply flows differently, takes the new, easier path, abandons the old channel for the new one. This is not cruelty. Not indifference even, really. Just physics operating without moral dimension, without awareness of consequence beyond the immediate physical consequence of water moving from higher to lower ground through whichever channel offers least resistance. The river is not a moral agent, cannot be thanked for blessing or blamed for abandonment, can only be understood as what it is. Water flowing according to laws that govern fluid dynamics and erosion and all the complex interactions between water and landscape that determine where rivers run and when they change course. But humans are moral agents, do attach meaning to rivers' presence and absence, do experience blessing and abandonment, do build lives assuming continuity and suffer when discontinuity arrives instead. And so the river, despite being merely physical process, becomes loaded with meaning, becomes the God that provides or withdraws blessing, becomes the constant that proves temporary, becomes the element around which entire civilizations organize themselves. Understanding that organization could become obsolete overnight if water chooses differently. Tonight, imagine standing on the banks of the river's new course. The water flows past at the same speed it flowed past the old city. The same species of fish swim in its depths. The same reflections dance on its surface when sunlight strikes it at certain angles. Everything about the river is the same except its location. And that one difference means everything to the cities that are positioned differently in relation to its flow. The new cities thrive where the old city declined. The river blesses where it used to abandon. And miles away, in the dried channel where water used to flow, the old city waits for return that will not come, for the river to change its mind again, for water to resume the path it flowed for centuries before choosing differently. But the river does not return, does not remember where it used to flow, does not maintain loyalty to channels it has abandoned or guilt about cities it has left behind. It simply flows where it flows, blesses where it blesses, demonstrates daily that permanence is always provisional, that what seems stable can change, that even rivers, even the most ancient, reliable, seemingly eternal features of landscape are subject to alteration, to redirection, to the kind of radical change that transforms blessing into abandonment, and abandonment into blessing, depending on which side of the change you occupy. The river flows in its new course, will continue flowing there until physics dictates differently. And the cities along its banks, both the new cities that currently thrive and the old city that currently declines, stand as testimony to the simple truth that rivers owe us nothing, guarantee nothing, promise nothing except flow itself. And even that flow might change direction, might choose new channels, might withdraw blessing from those who assumed blessing was permanent, and bestow it instead on those who never expected to be blessed, who never built their lives around water's presence, because water never flowed past them until the day it did, until the river changed its mind and flowed away from the old city and toward the new one, and transformed geography and destiny and the futures of thousands through the simple physical act of choosing a different path from higher ground to sea. In the dried city, among those who remain, who refuse to leave despite the river's absence, despite the decline, despite all the practical reasons that suggest departure, there persists a belief that strains against evidence, that maintains itself through faith rather than fact, that offers hope when circumstances offer only the slow continuation of loss. The river will return. Not everyone believes this. Many who stayed did so for practical reasons that have nothing to do with expectation of the river's return. Too poor to relocate, too old to start over, too attached to place or family graves, or the simple familiarity of home to abandon it even for better circumstances elsewhere. They understand that the river is gone, likely permanently, that the channel will remain dry, that the city's future, if it has a future, does not include water flowing past it again. But some believe, insist, despite evidence, that the river's departure was temporary, that whatever caused it to leave will reverse, that the flow will resume along the old channel just as it flowed there for centuries before the change, that boats will return to the harbour, that the wells can be abandoned in favour of the river's easy abundance, that the city will revive and thrive again when water blesses it as water used to bless it before choosing to flow elsewhere. They point to precedent. Ancient texts, found in the same archives that hold the maps showing water where none flows, that preserve the prophecy no one believed, mention rivers that changed course and later changed back, that abandoned channels and then returned to them, that demonstrated that even geographic changes that seem permanent can prove temporary if enough time passes and conditions shift again. The texts are fragmentary, their claims difficult to verify. Do they actually document rivers returning to abandoned channels, or are they describing seasonal variations or temporary diversions that were never true changes in the main course? The believers interpret them generously, see in every ambiguous passage evidence that return is possible, that precedent exists, that hope is justified by history even if current circumstances suggest otherwise. They speak of prayers and rituals that might convince the water to return. The old river temple, though mostly abandoned, occasionally sees visitors who come to perform ceremonies that have not been officially conducted since the priests departed. These private devotions are attempts at relationship, at maintaining connection with the river even in its absence, at demonstrating loyalty that might be rewarded with return, at keeping alive the possibility that worship could influence what seems to be merely physical process. The rituals vary. Some are traditional, the blessing ceremonies that priests used to perform, now conducted by lay people who learn them through observation or from texts that document how they should be performed. Others are invented, new ceremonies created specifically to petition for the river's return, drawing on various spiritual traditions and personal inspiration to create prayers that ask water to flow again where it used to flow. Do the believers think the river is conscious, that it hears prayers and can choose to respond to them? Or do they understand the river as physical process while nonetheless maintaining that prayer might influence physical processes through mechanisms that are not understood but might nonetheless be real? The distinction is not always clear. Faith does not require precise theology, can operate through contradiction, through simultaneous holding of incompatible beliefs, through the pragmatic embrace of whatever framework offers hope, regardless of whether it offers logical consistency. Others speak of engineering solutions, projects that could redirect the distant river back toward the old city, that could recreate through human effort the flow that used to occur naturally. Canals could be dug, connecting the new channel to the old. Dams could be built, forcing water back toward the abandoned road. The river could be compelled to return if sufficient resources were committed to compelling it. But the city has no resources for such projects. The engineering required would be massive, would require wealth and labor and political will that the diminished city cannot muster. That would require cooperation from the cities currently benefiting from the river's new course, and who have no incentive to cooperate with efforts to redirect water away from them. The engineering solutions exist more as thought experiments than as practical possibilities, as ways of maintaining belief that return is possible, while acknowledging that the means to achieve return are not available. Some speak simply of time, that rivers' choices are not permanent, that the new course will eventually prove no more stable than the old course was, that the same processes that made the river abandon the old channel will eventually make it abandon the new one. And when that happens, when the river changes again, it might choose to return to where it used to flow, might resume the old course, might demonstrate that even abandonment is temporary if you wait long enough. This argument has a certain logic. Rivers do change course multiple times. The new channel is no more guaranteed to be permanent than the old one was. Eventual change is probable, even if return to the specific old course is not. But eventual is a word that contains centuries. The wait for the river's next change could extend beyond any currently living person's lifetime, beyond their children's lifetimes, beyond spans of time that make waiting practical or meaningful for anyone who hopes to benefit from the return. Yet the believers believe, maintain against evidence that return will happen, that water will flow again past this city, that the dried channel will fill, and the harbour will receive ships, and the city will revive into something resembling its former vitality. This belief shapes their lives in subtle ways, keeps them in the city when leaving would be easier, prevents them from fully adapting to water's absence, because adaptation would mean accepting that absence is permanent, maintains a kind of waiting that defines how they inhabit the diminished present. Is this belief helpful or harmful? Does it provide comfort that makes difficult circumstances more bearable? Or does it prevent adaptation that would make those circumstances less difficult? Does maintaining hope for return help people endure what must be endured? Or does it trap them in a past that cannot be recovered and prevent them from building futures that accommodate present reality, rather than hoping for past reality to spontaneously resurrect? The question has no single answer. For some believers, the hope of return provides purpose, something to maintain, to pray for, to organize life around even in the river's absence. It gives meaning to staying when staying serves no obvious practical purpose, gives reason to maintain the city's structures when those structures serve diminished populations and diminished functions, gives faith that suffering is temporary rather than the new permanent condition. For others, the belief becomes burden. They cannot fully grieve the river's departure because grief would mean accepting loss as permanent. And they have committed to the position that loss is temporary. They cannot invest in adaptations that would make life without the river more livable, because such adaptations would implicitly accept that the river is not coming back. They remain suspended between past and present, unable to fully inhabit either, waiting for a future that probability suggests will never arrive. In the dried channel, where children play among the river stones, where the former bed shows no sign of water's imminent return, the believers sometimes gather. They stand in the space where water used to flow, where boats used to pass, where the river's presence was so constant and reliable that building an entire city around it seemed reasonable, seemed safe, seemed like the kind of decision that would serve generations into future that could be planned for with confidence. They look upstream toward where the river still exists in its new course. They imagine water returning to this channel, flowing again where it used to flow, resuming the blessing that was withdrawn without warning or explanation. They maintain their belief against all evidence, against the testimony of the dried bed beneath their feet, against the practical certainty that rivers, having chosen new courses, do not typically choose old ones again, that the abandoned channel will remain abandoned, that return is not coming no matter how fervently it is desired or prayed for or maintained as possibility against the weight of probability. Perhaps they are right to believe despite evidence. Perhaps faith that maintains itself in the face of contrary fact is the most authentic kind of faith, the kind that proves itself through its refusal to surrender to circumstances. Perhaps the river will return. Stranger things have happened. Rivers have made stranger choices, and the universe has demonstrated repeatedly that the impossible sometimes occurs exactly when we are most certain it will not. Or perhaps they are wrong. Perhaps the river is gone permanently from this channel. Perhaps the city will never again know the blessing of water flowing past it. Perhaps the belief in return is simply the human inability to accept radical change, the mind's refusal to adapt to new realities that violate its expectations, the heart's loyalty to possibilities that have already been foreclosed by events that cannot be reversed through any amount of faith or prayer or wishful thinking. Tonight, as sleep approaches and consciousness prepares its own temporary departure from waking reality, consider what returns you are waiting for that will never come, what flows you assume will resume their previous courses, what blessings you believe are temporarily withdrawn rather than permanently departed, and consider whether your waiting serves you, whether it provides hope that makes present circumstances bearable, or prevents adaptation that would make those circumstances better. The believers wait in the dried channel. The river flows in its new course, and between these two realities, the waiting and the flowing, the hope and the distance, the belief in return and the probability that return will never occur. There exists the question that defines not just this city, but every city, every life, every consciousness that builds itself around assumptions of permanence, and must eventually confront impermanence, must eventually accept that what flows past us, blessing us today, might choose to flow elsewhere tomorrow, and that all our waiting, all our prayer, all our faith in return cannot compel what has departed to come back, unless it chooses to come back. And rivers, being merely water, following physics, rather than beings capable of choice or loyalty or response to human need, do not choose to return any more than they chose to leave. They simply flow where they flow, bless where they bless, and leave the rest of us to decide whether to keep waiting for them to flow where they used to flow, or to accept that they are flowing elsewhere now, and that our lives must be built around that new reality rather than the old one, around absence rather than presence, around what is rather than what we wish would be, around the hard truth that rivers change their minds, and when they do, the cities they leave behind can wait forever in dried channels, can maintain faith in return across generations, can pray and hope and believe with all the fervor that faith allows, and still the water will not come back, will not resume its blessing, will not flow again where it used to flow, no matter how much we need it to, no matter how much we believe it will, no matter how long we wait in the channel that remains stubbornly, permanently, impossibly dry. Conclusion: what remains when the river is gone? The night has deepened. We have walked through the abandoned city, stood in its empty harbour and its palace that faces nothing, crossed its bridge to nowhere and visited its temple where prayers are no longer answered. We have heard the song that lost its subject, met the children who never saw flowing water, examined the map that shows water where none flows. We have drawn from the wells that replaced the river, read the prophecy that no one believed, stood on the banks where the river now flows past different cities, and waited with the believers who insist that return is possible despite all evidence suggesting it is not. Now we stand at the edge of the dried channel, at the place where the city meets the absence that defines it. Behind us, the structures built around water's presence, still standing but emptied of purpose, still functional but serving diminished populations, still beautiful in their way, but beautiful in the manner of ruins, of monuments, of testimony to what was built and then abandoned when the element it was built around chose to flow elsewhere. Before us, the channel itself, the depression in the landscape where water carved its path across centuries, where boats used to pass carrying the commerce that made this city viable, where fish used to swim, and children used to play, and priests used to bless departures, where the river's voice used to fill the air with the sound of flow, of current, of water moving through the world on its patient journey from mountain to sea. The channel is empty now, filling slowly with sand, eroding at its banks, losing the definition that water maintained through its constant presence. In time, if no water returns, if the channel remains dry for centuries, it will become difficult to see where the river used to flow, will fade into the general landscape, will be marked only by subtle depressions and the occasional exposure of riverstone, will transform from obvious absence into historical curiosity that requires trained eyes to recognize, But for now, the channel is still clearly a channel. Still obviously a space designed by water for water. Still waiting in its way for the element that carved it to return and justify its existence. To validate the assumption that rivers flow where they have always flowed, and that channels, once carved, will continue to serve their purpose, rather than becoming monuments to the impermanence of even the most seemingly permanent geographical features. What have we learned from this city? What does it teach that the harbour and palace and bridge and temple individually could not teach, but collectively, together through their accumulated testimony, managed to convey? First, that permanence is always provisional. That even the most stable features of our world, even rivers that have flowed for longer than human memory, even cities that have thrived for centuries, even the relationships between landscape and settlement that seem to define what is possible and what is not, all of these can change, can end, can prove to be temporary arraignments that persist only as long as conditions allow and dissolve when conditions change. The river flowed past this city for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of blessing, of provision, of the daily renewal that flowing water provides. And then it stopped. Not because the river ended. The river still exists, still flows, still carries the same volume of water from highlands to sea, but because it chose a different path, responded to different gradients, found a route that offered less resistance and therefore became the path it followed, leaving the old path behind like a snake leaves behind shed skin. 1,000 years proved insufficient to make the river's presence permanent, proved insufficient to bind water to this particular course, proved insufficient to create loyalty or obligation or any force that would keep the river flowing past this city, when physics suggested that flowing past different cities was marginally easier. 1,000 years of human assumption, of building and planning and living as if water would always flow here, dissolved in the single choice that redirected flow elsewhere. Second, that we build our lives on assumptions we cannot verify. We assume continuity, assume that what exists today will exist tomorrow. Assume that the foundations we build upon, whether those foundations are rivers or relationships or the countless other elements we take as stable and given, will remain stable and given long enough for our building to serve its purpose, will persist through our lifetimes at minimum, and ideally through the lifetimes of our children and their children, allowing the things we create to outlast us and become the inheritance we leave to futures we will not see but can nonetheless serve through what we build in our present. But these assumptions are always vulnerable, are always subject to the universe deciding that what we assumed permanent was actually temporary, that what we built around can choose to move, can elect to be somewhere else, can transform from foundation into absence without warning and without the courtesy of allowing us time to adapt, time to rebuild on different foundations, time to accept that our assumptions were wrong before the consequences of their wrongness become catastrophic. The city assumed the river was permanent, had every reason to make that assumption. 1,000 years of evidence, the testimony of every map ever drawn, the memory of every generation that had lived here, all suggesting that water would flow past this city for as long as cities existed and rivers flowed. The assumption was reasonable, was justified by all available evidence, was the only sensible basis for planning and building and investing in futures that required water's continued presence. And it was wrong. The river left. The assumption proved false. And all the building that had been done on the assumption's foundation suddenly became building on sand, became infrastructure without purpose, became monuments to the gap between what we assume and what actually occurs, between what seems certain and what proves negotiable, between the permanence we plan for and the impermanence that arrives anyway. Third, that loss creates absence that cannot be filled by substitution. The wells provide water, the same chemical compound that the river provided, the same H2O that sustains life and enables agriculture and allows cities to exist. In one sense, the well replaced the river, provided the essential substance that water represents, kept people alive, prevented the city from becoming completely uninhabitable the moment the river departed. But in another sense, in the sense that matters more to those who remember when the river flowed, the wells replaced nothing. They provided moisture, but not abundance, substance, but not blessing, the minimum required for survival, but not the surplus that allows thriving. The river had been more than water, had been the organizing principle around which the city understood itself, the feature that made this location special, the element that connected this city to distant places through the commerce that water enabled. The wells are local, limited, finite. They provide for those close to them but create hierarchy rather than community. They extract rather than receive. They diminish rather than renew. They are what remains when blessing is withdrawn, sufficient to prevent total collapse, but insufficient to maintain what existed before, inadequate to preserve the kind of life that water's abundance made possible. This is perhaps the cruelest aspect of the river's departure. Not that it left the city with nothing, but that it left the city with enough to survive, but not enough to thrive, with substitutes that prevent total abandonment, but cannot prevent decline, with replacements that allow continuation, while making that continuation a kind of slow diminishment, a gradual reduction of what the city was into, what the city has become. Fourth, that even in absence, even in loss, even in the dried channels where water used to flow, life continues. The children play in the riverbed. The believers maintain their faith. The wells provide their limited but real blessing. People continue to inhabit the city, continue to build lives within the constraints that the river's absence has created, continue to find meaning and purpose and even joy in circumstances that seem to offer only loss and limitation, and the slow continuation of decline. This is perhaps the most important lesson, the one that all the others build toward and support, that humans are remarkably adaptable, remarkably resilient, remarkably capable of continuing even when continuation seems to offer little hope for improvement, even when the future appears to hold only diminishment, even when every practical consideration suggests that departure would be wiser than staying. Some stay because they cannot leave. Some stay because they will not leave. Some stay because they do not know how to leave. Because the city is all they know and starting over somewhere else seems more difficult than continuing here, even though continuing here is difficult in its own ways. And some stay simply because life persists, because daily existence continues to make its demands regardless of river's presence or absence, because sunrise still comes and work still needs doing, and children still need raising, and the business of living continues whether rivers flow or not, whether cities thrive or decline, whether the future holds promise or merely holds the continuation of circumstances that offer no promise except persistence. Tonight, as you prepare to leave the city, as consciousness prepares its own departure from the waking world that is always being abandoned for the sleeping world that is always being entered, carry with you what the dry channel teaches, that nothing is permanent, nothing is guaranteed, nothing, not rivers, not cities, not the arrangements of life we build assuming they will persist. Nothing can be counted on to remain as it is simply because it has always been that way. Simply because we have built our lives around it. Simply because we need it to remain for our plans to make sense and our investments to be justified. But also carry this, that even when permanence fails, even when guarantees prove empty, even when rivers change their minds and flow elsewhere, leaving behind only channels and memories, and cities that slowly empty into the surrounding landscape. Even then, life continues. Children play. Believers believe. Wells provide. And people continue to inhabit the spaces that rivers have abandoned, continue to build lives in landscapes of loss, continue to demonstrate that human resilience and human stubbornness and human adaptability are sometimes sufficient to maintain presence even in places where every logical analysis suggests presence should end. The city waits in its slow decline. The river flows in its new course. And between them, between the waiting and the flowing, between the city that remains and the river that departed, between the past that cannot be recovered and the future that offers only continuation of present circumstance. Between all these impossibilities and losses and abandonments, life persists, not abundantly, not with the vitality that characterized the city when water flowed past it, but persistently, stubbornly, with the kind of continuation that does not require hope or belief, or any assurance that tomorrow will be better than today. That requires only that today is possible to survive, and tomorrow will require the same survival, and the days continue in sequence, whether we thrive or merely endure, or simply exist in the space between thriving and abandonment. The river has left, the city remains. And in that simple fact, that the city remains even when the river that made it possible has departed, there lives everything you need to know about human persistence, about adaptation, about the stubborn refusal to abandon what has been built simply because the foundation it was built upon has shifted, has changed, has proven to be less permanent than we assumed when we made the decision to build here in this place, beside this river that we thought would flow forever, but that flowed only as long as physics dictated, before choosing a different path and flowing away. Sleep now. Dream of rivers. Dream of cities. Dream of the space between permanence and impermanence, between what flows and what remains, between the water that blesses and the absence that teaches. And know that when you wake, when consciousness returns to the dried channels of waking awareness, when you must once again inhabit the world where nothing is guaranteed, and everything can change, and even rivers abandon the courses they have flowed for longer than memory. Know that you have walked through the abandoned city, have stood in the dried channel, have learned what it teaches about loss and persistence, and the strange mercy of continuation even when everything suggests that continuation is not blessing, but merely the slow alternative to ending. The city waits, the river flows elsewhere, and you, having witnessed both, having walked between them, having learned what they teach together that neither could teach alone, you carry forward into waking the knowledge that rivers change their minds, that cities are abandoned, that permanence is always temporary, that everything we build is built on foundations that can shift beneath us without warning. But also this, that even when foundations shift, even when rivers depart, even when cities are abandoned and channels dry, and all the structures built around water's blessing must somehow continue functioning in water's absence, even then we continue, adapt, persist, find ways to draw water from wells when rivers will not provide it, find ways to play in dried channels that used to carry boats, find ways to live in the spaces that rivers have abandoned, proving that human presence does not require rivers' permission, does not depend on landscape's cooperation, does not end simply because the elements we built around have chosen to exist elsewhere. We continue, we persist, we remain, and in that remaining, stubborn, difficult, offering no promise except continuation, in that remaining lives, the testament that outlasts rivers and cities both, the truth that survives all abandonments, that we are here, that we endure, that we build and rebuild and build again on whatever foundations present themselves, whether those foundations are river or well, abundance or scarcity, blessing or absence, or the simple bare fact of land that exists and can be inhabited, regardless of whether water flows past it, regardless of whether rivers bless it, regardless of whether the conditions that make thriving possible are present or absent. We inhabit what remains. And what remains always, in every abandoned city, in every dried channel, in every place where blessing has been withdrawn and absence has become the defining feature. What remains is us, present, persistent, continuing, building lives in the spaces where rivers used to flow, raising children in cities rivers have abandoned, drawing water from wells that replace abundance with sufficiency, and through it all maintaining the stubborn insistence that life continues, even when the conditions for life have changed. that cities persist even when the reasons for their existence have departed, that we remain even when everything suggests we should leave. The river has changed its mind, the city remains, and you, having walked through one and witnessed the other, having learned what they teach together, you carry forward the knowledge that neither permanence nor impermanence are absolute, that life continues in the balance between them, that we build on shifting ground and call it foundation, that we assume rivers are eternal and discover they are not, that we are surprised when the impossible occurs and then adapt to it and continue, always continue, building in the dried channels, waiting beside empty harbours, crossing bridges that span nothing, drawing from wells that slowly deplete, raising children who never saw flowing water, singing songs that lost their subject, making lives in the spaces between what was and what is, between rivers that departed and rivers that might return, between the certainty that nothing lasts and the persistence that continues anyway. Stubbornly, impossibly, beautifully maintaining presence in landscapes of absence, maintaining life in cities that rivers have abandoned, maintaining the human continuation that requires no river's permission, no water's blessing, no guarantee of permanence. Only the simple, stubborn fact of being here, of remaining, of persisting through whatever comes, whatever leaves, whatever changes when rivers change their minds and flow away. Rest now. The city is behind you. The river flows elsewhere, and sleep waits like a dried channel, empty of what used to fill it, ready to receive whatever dreams will flow through it tonight, patient as stone, accepting as landscape, holding space for the consciousness that will depart from waking and arrive in sleeping and find there its own rivers, its own cities, its own abandonments and persistences, its own lessons about what flows and what remains when the flowing has ceased. The dried channel remembers water. The empty harbour remembers ships. The silent temple remembers blessings. And you, having witnessed all of them, having walked through the city that a river abandoned, you remember now what they teach, that everything changes. Nothing is permanent. Rivers leave cities behind, but also that cities remain, that people persist, that life continues in the dried channels, that we are remarkably, impossibly, stubbornly capable of continuing when continuation seems impossible, of adapting when adaptation seems unthinkable, of building lives in landscapes of loss and making those lives meaningful, making them bearable, making them sometimes, against all probability, even beautiful in their persistence, in their refusal to surrender to circumstances, in their stubborn insistence that we are here, we remain, we continue regardless of rivers, regardless of absence, regardless of all the losses that suggest we should leave, but that we somehow survive and persist beyond, building in the ruins, drawing from the wells, playing in the dried channels where water used to flow. The river flows elsewhere, the city remains, and between them, between flowing and remaining, between departure and persistence, between the water that left and the land that stayed. Between them lies everything you need to know about impermanence and adaptation, about loss and continuation, about the rivers that abandon us and the cities we refuse to abandon, even when every reasonable analysis suggests we should. Sleep comes, like a river changing course, like a city slowly emptying, like everything that flows and everything that remains when the flowing has stopped and only the channel persists, holding memory of water, waiting for a turn that may never come, patient as stone, empty as sky, deep as the wells that replace what was abundant, final as the knowledge that rivers change their minds, and when they do, we must change ours, must adapt to new geographies, must learn to live without what we assumed would always be present, must continue in the dried channels, building whatever can be built there, living whatever lives can be lived there, persisting in the beautiful impossible, stubborn continuation that defines us more than any river ever did, more than any flowing war water ever could, more than any blessing or abundance or provision from outside ourselves. We persist, we remain, we continue. And that, finally, ultimately, essentially, is enough. The city is dark, the channel is dry, and you, having walked through both, having learned what they teach, can finally rest in the knowledge that flows, and what remains are not opposites, but aspects of the same truth. That everything changes, and we change with it. And the changing is not ending, but transformation. Not loss, but alteration. Not rivers leaving, but rivers flowing elsewhere, while we remain adapting, persisting, continuing in the spaces they have left behind. Rest now, the river is elsewhere, the city remains, and you between them carry both. End.